Hello and welcome. Um, okay, hi everybody in the room. Hello, we're going to get started with the workshop. Thank you for everyone joining us online. I just have a quick one announcement, and then we have a workshop item that we're welcoming some guests to share with us their vision for a project, and they would like to get the high level non-binding feedback from the commission on their project before they move forward. But first, the announcement is just a reminder to the commission that we have the retreat on Friday, March 18th from 9 to noon here in the building in room 267. And we're going to be talking about succession planning. We have some vacant seats coming up and some applications to look through for those seats, as well as talking about, chair, vice chair, and all that for the next year, rules for procedure, and some other miscellaneous items. So look forward to seeing everybody. And of course, everyone who wants to come from the public is welcome to attend. It'll be live streamed and just like we're doing today. So come join us. At this point, I'm going to turn it over. We actually are welcoming in person Stephen Overcash, if you want to come to the podium and share. We have getting back to some in-person presentations for a workshop. So Stephen's with us, and Stephen, if you would, you can pick up a mic right behind you. Yep, just take one of those and turn it on. There you go, it's on. Floor is yours. Okay, everyone, if we would direct our attention to our guest. All right. It's on. So
That's it.
you guys just speak into it.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate the workshop. We appreciate getting some initial input. Everybody remembers this case. I'm sure it was approved several years ago. They came in front of the committee, I think 3 times, and for whatever reason, nothing happened. We represent the lady that owns the lots at Kingston and South Tryon. It's pretty much across. There's an existing convenience store here, and then there's the hotel right across the street. Starting right here, this is a TOD lot. We're up against a TOD lot, and we see this lot as a transition lot into the neighborhood. It's always nice not to go from a 65-foot building to a 1-story residence. So we're hoping that planning, which we have to go in for our rezoning, and the HDC will see this as a step-down lot to the Wilmore neighborhood, because we're literally looking out our window at what will be probably a 65-foot building, and we're going to be probably right up against a 65-foot building on our side. So from there, we pulled together just some very quick images. We had this pulled up closer to the street, 25, 30 feet. The original rezoning had it back about right here. We did that so that the original rezoning was townhomes. We're hoping for 17 flat apartments and a 3,000 square foot market, which is allowed for this zoning. We're going to have to get it rezoned, just because we're going to have to get it rezoned, but mainly because of this. And if we wanted to push it forward a little bit more, the reason we did it, and we know the original had 1 drive. We're probably going to go back to 1 drive. We understand that's a key point, which would mean that we would put the drive back in the middle and have the single drive. We pulled it forward because we really want to hide the parking. If we push it back, it would pretty much force us to underground parking. You can see we've got a nice bay. We like addressing the street. We know once you get here, currently the buildings, until they get redeveloped, are pushed back to about right there. We've been talking to this lady to see if she's supportive, and so far it looks like she is. This is allowed if you don't exceed 3,000. We've got some sketches. We hope that being on the South Trine Street, this would be a nice amenity for Wilmore, so they don't have to go to Harris Teeter or Publix or wherever. It's a very small, you can get wine, milk and bread, just the basic essentials. Go ahead and next slide. That's one idea. We're trying to tie into the architecture of the neighborhood. You can see the market is one story with a rooftop public open space. We want that to be a place that anybody can go. You don't have to buy anything at the market if you don't want to. If you want to go up there and have a cup of coffee with a neighbor, that's fine. It kind of gives a little character. It really announces sort of the gateway into Wilmore. We want to have porches and outside seating and all that kind of stuff. This shows the relationship accurately to the street. And we really want to kind of keep the building white. We've done a lot of looking around Wilmore. There is a lot of color, but our client really liked the white with the red brick and keeping it simple, not trying to make it look like it's 17 different units. This was looking at the 3-story. We understand that last time I think there was this is showing 38, I believe. I've heard that 35 is the magic because there's some house across the street that has 35. We have no problem with that. Everything can get pulled down. We even talked about not having that connected, so it actually looked more like 2 units. We sort of see this. You don't see it as much in Wilmore around Dilworth, Myersport. You see those old 4-story units where there were 2 over 2, and they were typically on the corner. They were closer to the street, and they were for the school teacher and the fireman, the people that couldn't afford a single family house. And so we sort of see it as that sort of a thing where people that want to live in Wilmore, I thought I'd never say this 20 years ago, but they can't afford a Wilmore house anymore. 20 years ago, they weren't anymore, but they can still be a part of Wilmore without having to, fork out $500,000 for a house. Next. That's just another shot to sort of show how we would, engage across this other lot, Trine Street, and have access to the rooftop. We just think it's a nice amenity for the Wilmore neighborhood. That may be it. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it in a nutshell. We're just here to kind of start getting ideas. We know we're going to be meeting with Wilmore, their board. I know that the new president of them, and we start talking to planning department. So we just open it up for, yes, sir.
I'll start. So let me just give you just some high level guidance or advice, and apologies if it's redundant because you may have heard it before, because we have seen, I forget how many applications come through for this specific lot, right? My first piece of advice would be when you're building this in regards to the step down, you're going to need to step down this into the single family units to the left, as well as stepping down into the neighborhood in the back. So some considerations there. Your height cannot exceed the historic, original historic height of other multifamily properties in the immediate context. So making up a number for conversation's sake, say there's a 32-foot, say there is a 32-foot, 4 square, whatever you want to call it. That's multifamily. That's a historic height. You can't exceed that height. Now, granted, on these transition edge areas, there is some flexibility. I just don't want you to think that, okay, there's and I'm just using big numbers, 100-story building going over here, 100-story building going over there. Stepping down means I come up with something halfway in between 100 stories and a single family home, right? I'm being a little absurd just to kind of prove a point, because I think that's where some of the previous applicants really struggled. And another area where they struggled was they built and catered more towards what they thought the community wanted versus what the HDC guidelines and standards would approve. So I would also caution you with that too.
Okay, good advice. And I don't know, I've heard that number is 35. There's a house across the street and somebody mentioned 35 and whatever that number is, I haven't fully taken ownership around. I understand. You're right. I mean, we're not saying, well, they can't build more than 65 next door. So forget the 100 stories. It's going to be 5 stories. It's just within 200 feet, single family, 30 TOD. So it's 65. So, you know, and ironically, we are about halfway between 65 and a 1 or 2 story building. So we think it makes sense. We think that we're going to be predominantly looking at non-Wilmore. Most of our front yard is not looking at Wilmore. We're looking at TOD. So it's going to be up on the street. It's going to have retail below and probably 5 stories of apartments or something, you know, what's going on up and down South Tryon. So we just feel like there is a case for relating as a transition between very dense and very undense. We think there's a good case with planning, the details and all we can work out. I don't know if anybody thinks that, forget the, you know, the height, if the details are anywhere close to Wilmore. We took 1 million pictures. We, you know, presented it to our client and she picked the pictures that were Wilmore that really were meaningful to her. And so the rendering, I'd like to talk a little bit about rendering. If they want to come back later and everybody said, no, that's not Wilmore. What you've drawn is Stillwater. You know, you're totally on this. So just in terms of, we know the height, that's 38. Let's just pretend that it's down here. It's no big deal. Whatever you tell us.
What about setbacks? So if you'll go back to that last slide, is that the setback for the adjacent property?
That's been approved right now. That was approved, was back about right there. Yeah.
I don't think anything's ever been approved on, sorry.
It was approved by planning, zoning.
Nothing has been approved by
You
the
never
agency.
asked anything. I've looked at all the cases. I've read all the critiques. They all got turned down.
So when it comes to Todd or any of the other zoning, like our guidelines supersede those. So,
I understand that.
right, so the setbacks, much like the height, we'd be looking to have it in rhythm with the other properties along that, along the street.
That's one. I mean, if that's the consensus, then that's the consensus. The other way to look at it, good planning principles, we've all had good planning principles is, look, we're back here. Or is it better to step back into the neighborhood with not only the setback, but the height? We know what's going to happen right here. It's going to be right. It's going to be 16 feet off. That's what zoning's going to tell them to do, because they say, we want you to engage the street. We want people walking down the street to be able to talk to a neighbor on the front porch. And so that's what's going to happen across the street. That's not Wilmore. And I know you're saying we don't care. I hope you don't say we don't care what the rest of the people outside of Wilmore do, but it is a factor. It is. I mean, really, you just don't draw a straight line and say very, very dense, you know, very, very, you know, you try to make a transition because that's what people like. It's pleasing.
Sure. So just in terms of leveling the playing field,
Okay.
making sure that we're treating everyone the same. The other 3 applications that came before us for this particular property, we asked that they set back, that they connect with the rhythm of Wilmore.
Right.
That's the only reason why we're seeing this application, because it's in Wilmore's historic district. And so I can only speak for myself. I'd be looking to apply the same standards to this one.
I mean, that's one way to look at it. I don't know if they presented the same case, that it's a transition lot, or if they just said, oh, okay, we're single family. So I do think it makes sense. It's just like when you go for a rezoning. That's why you're allowed rezonings. They're telling us one thing, but we can go and plead our case. I would hope that we could do a really nice gateway to Wilmore that doesn't, you know, look like a single family residence.
So we have about 5 minutes before 1. Any other comments? Yes, Jessica.
I would say one of the other challenges that the other applicants on this site have had is the number of stories and the alignment of the architectural features along the block. And so, we have approved projects at 3 stories on blocks that do not have anything else that is 3 stories, but they have been very carefully detailed to communicate with the architectural features of the rest of the block within 360 degrees and to have the appearance of 2 stories.
That's valid.
I will say I get very, very excited about the gateway aspect of this. That was always a hangup in the previous applications. I think it's really important that this site be a gateway. And I appreciate that when I saw this on the agenda, I appreciated that we were seeing that. I appreciate you using that language. I think it's really important. But if you're talking about being successful as a transition piece from Tryon into the neighborhood, the breakdown of scale is successful on the Tryon side of this, not on the neighborhood side of this. And so I hear what you're saying, that there's another way to look at it, but the people who have fought for this designation in this neighborhood value this way to look at it. And that's our job, right? As volunteers to evaluate that. And so that piece that's closest to the neighborhood really is going to have to be a transition piece in size, scale, massing, setback, number of stories, rhythm, width, spacing to the neighborhood. And I understand there's other ways of looking at it, but this commission will look at it the way that the residents of this neighborhood have requested that we look at it.
Gotcha. And I appreciate that. Would anybody object to flipping the market on the neighborhood side? We thought it related more to South Tryon, but it's obviously lower. And it makes a good step down to that single family. Would that single family prefer to have a market, or I'm asking this committee? I mean,
We don't get into use, so it's all how the building looks.
okay.
Yep.
Very good. That's interesting. All right. So that might make sense to step the market down on the Wilmore side. Perfect. That makes it easy because it's 1 story and next door neighbor is 1 story. And, okay. Perfect. Anything else? Yes, sir.
And I would just recommend another thing, right? When you come back, and we really look forward to you coming back, because I've lived down the street and I've been looking forward to something getting built for a long time. But, when you're, finalizing your design, make sure it relates to, the other, if you just stand in front and turn around 360 degrees, make sure you relate the context of the neighborhood, to the building.
Okay.
I believe there are some 2-story, 4-unit multifamilies directly across the street as well. So again, it's something that may have been built in Dilworth or Plaza, or 1 mile down the street in Wilmore, may not fit in right in this immediate area. So you've got to take cues from your surroundings.
Good. Understood.
Historic surroundings.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks. Good advice. Is that it? Thank you very much. This has been very helpful. We look forward to coming back with.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
See you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later today.
Yes, later today.
A little over here.
Man, okay. Okay.
So we're at 1 o'clock. Do we need like a couple of minutes to transition to? Anybody need a bathroom break or anything like that before we get started? All right, well, let's jump in. All right. You ready, Christy? Okay. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the March 9th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Phil Goodwin, Jessica Heinman, Chris Barth, Jill Walker, PJ Henningsen, and Krista Lineberger. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Michelle Bonaparte and Chris Muir. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Thomas Powers, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other materials that they wished to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool, and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
We need to add Commissioner Scott Whitlock is with us as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott Whitlock is also with us, and he is participating remotely. Thank you.
Okay, our first application is 720 East Park Avenue. I believe Doug Eman is with us. This is the only case on the agenda that's under the new standards, but I'll note that the standards haven't changed for additions, so it's the same standards as always. This is for some front elevation changes. They are adding a gable roof over the front stoop. They're adding chimney pots to an existing chimney and changing a non-original replacement double hung window in the front gable to a more Tudor style diamond pane window. At this time, this is a consent agenda project. And so Kim, I will turn it back over to you.
All right. Do we have any one on the phone who wants to speak for or against this, Christy?
It looks like we have one unknown caller. Hello, if you have called in on the phone, would you just please identify yourself and let us know what application you're calling in about? Hello, caller? Okay. Hearing
All right.
nothing, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, commissioners, do we have anyone wishing to object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, well then, Commissioner Murin, will you kick us off in this one in crafting a motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve this consent agenda that is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for windows, page 4.14, and new construction, chapter 6.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Do we have a second to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 10-0.
All right, thank you. The next application is 313 to 315 West Kingston Avenue. Eric, are you with us?
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen has to recuse from this one.
Eric, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, have you been sworn in?
No, not at this one.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Eric, if you will please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Eric, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. As soon as I get done introing the project, I'll turn it right over to you. This project was continued from January for elevation showing window details, specifications about proposed doors, a site plan, railing details, and front porch beam and column. There's also, let's see here. In addition to what's in the packet, this application has also submitted a different door style due to availability. This is what they are seeking approval for at 313. So that's shown on the supplement. And Eric, I'm going to turn it over to you again. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start with.
Okay, my name is Eric Bowman. I'm at 9599 Millen Drive in Harrisburg, North Carolina, 28075. Okay, I'm trying to get through the slides. All right, we've gone, I guess at this point, we have gone back through and revised our proposal. We've had the elevations drawn for the house showing the windows. We've had to go through and really work hard, and actually Christina has been really good in helping us work through getting some windows that might actually work for this. And we're searching with a lot of suppliers. As all of you know, window availability, door availability, a lot of these things are tough. But what we're trying to do is keep in conformance of what would be acceptable for the property. So that being said, we have spent a lot of time. We have now gone through, have submitted the first, which is our drawings for the proposals on the property. We are replacing the windows with windows that will look very similar to the style that's there. Our front porch railings and our railings in general, we're going to go back in with a metal rail in there just to stay in conformance with what was there. We have to move the ones on the front porch and get our columns reattached in there, because right now, I mean, they're sort of floating on the concrete, but we're planning on going that. The front door styles, we have submitted a new front door that we're looking at for the elevation. We're trying to go over by the guidelines that have been given to us. This is the front door that we are proposing for the house, wood door. It gets it gives us, I guess, how is it modern? We had to get a lot of, I guess, input on what exactly the type of front door is that we're looking for. I think all in all, we've hit all the points on there as far as from our last meeting. We've changed the windows that we are using to then now conform more to what we are. We're also, by changing to the windows that we have, we are now meeting both energy codes and egress codes for what we need, because the windows that are there are they're in extremely bad shape and just need to be replaced. Same with the door units. I mean, we have a solid front door on there. If you keep on scrolling down through them, you can see more of what we had there that was existing. There's actually an area over there that has an air conditioner in it, and that was actually a closed-in window. That will now become a window. That's how we're set up. It had the actual windows attached to the outside. You scroll down further, you're just seeing this is the state of the windows as they are now throughout the house. And it is definitely time for them to go. Here we go is what we're planning on is it's a pellet clad window. And they're doing a casement style. And this will allow us to mimic or reproduce the style that we have on the house now. We have two large windows. One is on the front section in 315, and one is in the section in 313. The openings are 7'6" wide, and with those, we're going to replace them with a large picture window, because trying to get picture window and casements, it's extremely hard and it's extremely cost prohibitive. That being said, the other ones will all be operable. We do not need to have those in those two areas operable because we have means of egress by the front doors. So we also have, scrolling down a little further, these are like the side doors of like 313 and the back. The back, there's two back doors on there, and what we are planning to go in with is it's a wood door with a 9 light top. Basically it's a solid wood with true divided, and that's what we're planning on replacing those doors with. And there we go. And yeah, as you see, we have multiple styles, and there's the rear door itself. And both units, one of them, the front unit, which is 315, on the side, it has its rear door on the side from the kitchen. But this is basically replacing what's there that's just become not very functional. And as you can see coming down here, we're planning on they've got these metal columns here now, and we're planning on coming over and dropping down a column front and cleaning up that detail. we have also gone in and we're planning on the railings coming in here. Right now, if you look closely, you can see that front railing. It's not even against the steps. We've got to get it over there so the railing will be there. And what we're trying to do with the front column is actually take the existing metal ones and wrap them in wood. And what it will do is it'll be about 10 inches wide on the front. They're 8 feet tall. And from there, then we run our railings off of those columns. And going down a little further, this is the side porch, and that is, and this over here is the side porch for the front unit 315. And as you see, there's not even any railing around it. We have to get a railing on this door over here. We just can't have that stoop. The stoop is just a little over 30 inches. So, and then here is the driveway. The driveway here on the right is the issue that we're talking about. What we're looking at is a section of driveway, and it's out at the road where it's 10 feet wide, and when you go back in 8 feet, there's a crack that's running through it. Well, the problem is someone did this at some point in time. We don't know when it was, but it looks like they basically came in and chipped down the curb. And when you come off the driveway that's on the left-hand side, the problem that we run into is a normal car or sedan bottoms out going over that. Our proposal is to come and take out that front section of the driveway, and you'll see the driveway on the right-hand picture, which is proposing it. We have 2 driveways actually on the property, and this is the one on the right-hand side. And this is what we are proposing to do, because the driveway that's there, that is existing, it makes it hard. If anyone has any type of car, I'm fine with my pickup truck. It drives over that, but it's anyone else that comes in with any type of sedan, they bottom out. And it's a safety hazard in the end. So that's why we're replacing that. We're only going back 8 feet because there just happens to be at 8 feet a beautiful crack going all the way through the driveway. So we can saw cut it there and remove that, and then slope it down to the street where it has a proper entrance onto the street, as you would say. So, and if we go down a little further here, I believe we have gotten through pretty much everything. The only other item we had in question on there is we have 2 HVAC units. They are to be on the rear center of the house. The rear of this house is actually behind any other house that's on the street. And you can see it's showing on the proposed rear elevation. We have our 2 units. There's a stoop there. We're coming directly to the right of there. And this way we keep them back. We're not showing any screen because we are so far back with this house. We are behind everyone else. And we're honestly, I'm not quite certain how I would put in any other additional screening other than being behind the house. So that's our last on the proposal on that. But that is pretty much our project summed up on what we are trying to do.
Thanks so much, Eric. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
Okay, there are 3 unknown callers on the line. Candace, can you unmute them, please? Callers, hi. If you could just one by one, just say what application you're calling in about, or if you're just calling to listen in. We just need to know, so if you're calling to ask about this project.
This is Max Reddick, and I'm just calling to listen in.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Okay, so that was caller number 4. Hello?
Larry Welch, listening in until you get to Mid Street.
Okay, great. Thanks, Larry.
Yep.
Okay. I think there's one more caller. Okay. Well, okay, thanks.
All right. So commissioners, questions of Mr. Bowman? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, hey, Eric, appreciate you, the work that you did in supplying all the additional information that we requested. I think we all agree on replacing all the windows, but we need to make sure that we adhere to the standards. And one thing is I think that the Pella windows are definitely metal clad. You also have in your proposal an option for Geldwin. I think you said all wood windows. Are those also metal clad windows? Just want to make sure they're metal clad.
They are clad.
They are metal clad. Okay, excellent. One thing also on that same page, it says you will use 2-inch wide wood casings around all the windows. Is this like an exterior? Is this a brick mold? Used like as a filler wood around the windows?
Yes, it is, because the way they come, they're a new construction window, they'll have a nailing flange, and what we have to cover that flange in the end. And it's the only way we can make it work with the openings that we have, because right now they have the framing dead on where that brick ends, because that's just how the existing windows where they actually are attached to the brick. So we have to be able to attach our windows somehow. We've got to put in a little bit of framing so we can put the nailing flange on there and attach them, and then we fill in around there with the brick mold.
Okay, I can understand that. We do have a standard that we want to, preserve the dimensions of the existing windows. And I think that I see what you're saying about the nailing flange, but I do also think that there's ways of getting around that. But I can see you're also putting yourself in a position now. Now you're going to have wood trim around these, and requiring maintenance around these metal clad windows.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it down to a minimum.
Okay.
It's just I have so much I can do with it, and we're keeping that, the outer, because of the profile of the windows it's a very low profile of the actual window frame itself, and that's what we are trying to adhere to and keep. So it's actually the trim that will go around there. I think by the time all is said and done, because the nailing flanges themselves are typically they're right at 1.5 inches. And so I have to take the trim that's going in there, which would be a PVC that is painted to match the cladding of the windows. We actually have to rip that down just to get them in there. So I think by the time all is said and done, our whole total profile will be somewhere about 2 inches around the outer edge, which is fairly close to what we have with the existing casement windows. I think some spots on the casements that are there now are on the sides are running around 2 to 2.25 inches, and at the tops and the bottoms it's a little less. It's just at 2 or a little under 2. So I think in the end we're going to have the same net effect of what we have there currently.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and some of these window manufacturers, they do make a metal clad brick mold that might be the right dimension for you. You might want to consider that.
I honestly want to get the windows there where I can put them in, so then I know the best way to handle them, and I'm hoping that we can, if they have something that's like that, I would love to do that, because again, no maintenance, and that's the idea behind the metal clad.
Yeah, absolutely. One other question on the windows. It looks like some of the number of the panes has changed on some of the windows? Are you, there are changes in the drawings. Would you consider matching the existing design, or is that your intent?
We're trying to as close as we can. That it's just, and I think it may be on the drawings how it came out. Our whole intent is to try and get it as close as possible. So yeah, exactly. I'm looking at, you have the one area that's over in our kitchen, and we're going to actually, there's a twin window in there now, and I believe what we're going to is a single that's in there, because it's just the way it was working out with the manufacturer. That's what we were doing. So instead of having it as a twin, it now goes down to a single.
Yeah, would you consider just adding a vertical Munson bar on those single windows?
I would have to check with the manufacturer to see what we can do with that.
You
But
should
yes,
not
I
have
mean,
any-
yes, I could speak with them and find out.
Okay, yeah, I think that would not be a problem. I know Pella would be able to do that and deal
Yeah,
with.
so, I mean, they're pretty good. Oh,
Okay.
and yeah, that's fine. So, okay. I had just someone texting me, telling me something else on that, but I know where we're at now with it. Okay.
Okay, yeah, and the next thing that I had a couple questions about are the doors. It appears that the original doors are 6 lights with 3 horizontal panels below. Would you consider replacing those? Or were you not able to find anything?
Cannot find them. I can find the 9 light one all day long. I cannot find one like that.
Can't find a 6 light? Okay.
Yeah, the 6 light is just, the only place I found them is finding the old antique restoration places, the few that we have around in Charlotte where I can walk in, and I'm not, by doing that, I'm not getting the door any better than what we have currently. Hence, that's why we have much better installation value, and all on the door, and it's hard to go to that 6th light.
Okay. One thing is that the pictures of the side door and the back door, it
Yes.
appears that the doors are repairable. I know the one there on the far right. It looks like it's been beat up, but it still looks like, you could potentially repair those.
Inside they're great, outside they're not.
Oh, really?
Great. Unfortunately, and that's where I mean, they've had a lot of love, as I call it, over the years. So they're not in as good a shape. I mean, it's possible we could do a lot of restoration on them, but the problem I run into with the restoration on these doors is when you go in there, and yes, you can go and replace little parts and pieces, you can use filler and all that. But what eventually ends up happening over time, let's say a period of year or 2 years, all of a sudden those repairs, they start coming apart or they start showing up again, and you end up in this same boat. And it just invariably becomes a better option to go ahead, get new, start fresh, because you won't be repairing it again in a year or 2, which is honestly, with the doors that are there now, that's where it would be headed. So yes, on the inside they look great, but the outside they've taken a lot more wear, and there is some rot and decay in different areas on it, and that's why I'm just saying we need to replace.
Any doors that you found with that horizontal aspect, because that horizontal aspect.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
I would like to find one like that. I may have to do a little bit more research to see if I can. Again, it's, the style, you see the style of the door that we found. And again, I can find that door anywhere. To find one with the style that we've got on these, I mean, it's hard, and if we can get them produced, but they become so cost prohibitive. You know, we're trying to not, we were getting quotes, you know, close to $100,000 or more on windows. And it's sort of the same thing with some of the doors to reproduce them exactly. The doors become $10,000, $15,000 doors, and I'm going for what? For a rear entry door, and it's just, that's what I'm saying. They become cost prohibitive after a while. So we can do some more looking, but we have looked long and hard at a lot of this, and we're really not coming up with anything other than pretty much what that lovely little 9-light doors, what we're finding.
Yeah, I understand. And as far as the two front doors that you're
Yes.
suggesting, I think the architects might want to weigh in on this, but with that horizontal aspect, that seems very in keeping with this mid-century modern theme.
Yes. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons, and that's what I'm saying. We had some fantastic help coming from the office from there, and so that's one of the reasons we ended up with the front door that we are now proposing for that, because it does give you that horizontal aspect.
Okay. And then I also had a couple questions on the porches.
Yes.
And you know, if you do wrap those metal posts with wood, then that's going to necessitate a wood beam up above. And we would just need a little bit more detail there where the post would meet the beam above. Would you be able to provide a little more detail on the beams above if you do go with the wood?
For a header beam coming across.
Yes. Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily put that in. Our plan is to actually take it right up to the roof line now, because inside the roof is where you're running the header across. It's running across. You can see up in the fascia board up there. And so that's where it is now. So we were intending on doing that because we really don't want to put we don't want to reconstruct the front porch, really, is what we're trying to do, is stay away, because right now, when you walk up, it actually has a very nice open feel to it at the height that it's at. I don't want to build down from that to, it closes down that porch and the entrance, and we're trying not to do that. So the columns themselves, we just wanted to wrap the columns so then we can come in with a nice wood railing running in there on the front, and then the metal rails that are there now we can take out and then replace that with a wood rail that's actually up against the stairs and actually functional. So yeah, we're not trying to go and put a new header in out there, and I mean, we can make this work right where it's not really needed.
I don't think that you would need a new header. You could just box it out in something real simple where the width of the beam would match the width of the wood columns. Let me ask
Okay,
you.
I see what you're trying to do. Yeah, so what I can do
Very
is
simple. Very simple.
I mean, because there is a little header there that's now, I can just basically, we can frame it out on the inside, frame it back in, and then when the column comes up and meets it with the box column underneath, then it's matching. I was thinking you were talking about pulling down the height, and I do not want to pull that height down. I think that does not help the house at all by pulling down the bottom elevation of that front header. It's because it shortens your distance there. So instead of 8 foot, we'd be down at like 7'6", and it's closing down that front, and it's nice. It's open now, and I like the way it is there. So yeah, I mean, I can see what you need there. I mean, it just has to be furred in and then boxed around on that header.
Okay, yeah, and not talking about bringing that down any.
Okay.
One thing is we do have a guideline. It says for rehabilitation, avoid stripping porches and steps of original materials. and architectural features such as handrails, balusters, and columns. Have you considered just augmenting the wrought iron that is there to make it code compliant? Because by the time you replace all this and add all this woodwork, I would venture to say that it would be more cost effective just to fill it in with wrought iron. Have you considered that?
We have been looking at it. Trying to get my Iron Man to respond to me has honestly given me a headache because he's just absolutely swamped. So we were looking at trying to do it. We were trying to just upgrade, or renovate and give the front just a little bit more pop, like as I call it, a little more modern flair. It's not going to be much. It's the way they've got it now. Those railings are about 4.5, about 5 inches off. And the way they poured it, it's going to take a little bit. And then the problem that I run into now is the height that they are at and the actual height of those existing railings. I've got to have my height be between the 34 to 38 inches, and when I start moving that railing and doing all that, all of a sudden I now have to bring that railing into conformance with our modern codes, and I don't think I can do it with the existing railing that's there, because it's right now it doesn't hit. It hits at, I believe, where was it? It was at 31 inches. And then my spacing between my pickets right now is running at 6 inches. So I do not meet my, my 4-inch sphere can pass through there very easily. That's one of the reasons I'm looking at, we need to do a new railing in there, trying to reuse what's there. When I start moving it or trying to modify it, I own it, and then I have to bring it up to current building standards. So that's one of the reasons we chose not to go that way of reusing it.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So it's not a matter of augmenting, it's a matter of complete replacement then.
Correct.
Got to have the 4-inch,
Yeah,
compliant.
it's I mean, and I would love to hold on to some of this stuff, but unfortunately, a lot of the items are just not meeting our current code, and it's we're dancing a fine line here, because we are trying really hard to keep the original feel of the house there. However, there are just certain things that are just you can only do so much with, and you end up eventually having to do something with it to bring it up to a more modern standard. And that's just one of the railings on the house right now do not meet any of our codes, and honestly aren't working. I have a little side handrail on the side porch, yet nothing around a stoop, which that is quite unique. But that's what we are trying to remedy. So that's why we are trying to go in the direction that we are now.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Goodwin. Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Barth.
Thank you, Eric. I know you,
Yeah.
in the world we live in today, finding and sourcing materials, especially on price too, is hard to do. Let me ask you, have you researched any other door manufacturers? Just because I know the general consensus, and I apologize, I wasn't here at the January meeting, but it sounds like, we're for replacement of the steel windows, which are a key characteristic of this structure. I'd really like to maintain the door style if possible. And I think some of our other commissioners would agree. It's fairly evident that the 2 solid front doors are replacement over time. Have you looked at like any other companies such as like Rogue Valley on just some of their off the shelf stock doors that would more mimic the 6 light doors that we see on the back of the building?
No, that's a company that I'm not aware of. So I have not looked at them.
Yeah, I'd recommend looking at them and just, I mean, there's hundreds of manufacturers out there. Obviously something local would be best, but do a quick Google search and see if you can find something that would be more in tune with the existing doors. One final question, how high are your stoops off of grade? Do you have?
The front one, they're both running about 32 inches. Hence, we're over our 30-inch. So we've got to have some sort of handrail on there. Because if I touch anything on there, I own all of it, and that's the problem.
Yeah, so in that case, it sounds like railings are going to be required unless something was done with the grade, and that just seems like, going around your elbow to get to your rear. But yeah, I'd recommend going back with something that would mimic, again, what we see on the existing structure.
Yes. Okay, and yeah, and that's what we're trying on this one. It's just unfortunately with what we've got, and we are trying to put our proposal in there. We're thinking that, I mean, this can look very nice, just done right. So that's why we're trying to go on the front porch, get our nice wood rail in, and then have our wood columns. And I think it will help the house in itself.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions? Commissioner Heineman?
I'll echo many of the comments that my colleagues said. I don't know that I have a lot to add. It's just a couple of minor things. I do know that Pella and Geldwin, either of them could mimic the French casement and meet egress on the casements with the additional division in the center. So the line you're showing us in the specifications, they can do that with that. The columns and the railings actually are what I want to ask about. I think the column we're looking at, and I'm looking at the slide on the screen is what number? Slide 21. The columns have a fairly tall capital and base, which again is speaking more to this sort of vertical language. And I think what the commissioners are responding to in a really positive manner is the horizontal language that you're finding some success with in matching the window details. And so I think that the qualities of the existing porch that are working from in terms of the historic language and stylistic consistency of this home are this lightness and slenderness. And if the porches are in fact higher than 30 inches, which I agree, I believe to be true, we're not just having to meet the guardrail height rule, but we're also having to meet the 4-inch sphere rule, which is going to result in a very tightly spaced railing. So even with minimal wood members, we're looking at a railing that has a much more substantial quality. So I would echo the sentiments of my colleagues that I'd encourage you to go back with this lightweight metal or iron rail, if at all possible, for stylistic consistency with the historic home. And I would also encourage you to minimize the capital and base on those columns in the same regard.
Like height wise, yeah, the capital, I think the architect drew it a little taller. I would not have done it that big. That to me, it looks like they've run that. It looks like about a 1x8 on the top at least, maybe a 1x10. And I would honestly prefer seeing that basically in a 1x4, about a 3.5 up there. And with the base, it's the same height wise. It's running probably at a 1x8, and I would have that drop down to 1x6. So that'd be about a 5.5 inch base wrap. All right, is that, or do you want me to keep that even down lower, keep it down in the 3.5-inch range?
I don't know that that's probably stepping over a line that we're not allowed to cross here.
Okay.
But I think the name of the game would be to mimic the language of the historic home and its slenderness and lightness. And I think that the capitals and bases that we're seeing in the drawing really have much more of a, you know, a tall, vertically oriented, you know, American farmhouse quality to them.
Mhm.
And then the only other comment I would make is that I think there are aspects of the driveway application that we don't actually have jurisdiction to rule on. So any discussion from us about the driveway, a CDOT really governs that curb
Okay.
cut and any changes to that curb cut.
Okay, we're trying to make sure we cover all bases. in
Gotcha.
submitting.
I understand.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Any other additional comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
Hi, Eric. I just had a quick question about the porch. Are you replacing the existing brick?
No, we're not
The
replacing any
front
brick.
step. I just in the, so it must be, maybe it's just a drawing, a difference in the drawing.
Yes,
Um,
that's all it is. Yeah, we're not touching any of the brick. Anything that's on there, the brick needs to be cleaned up, and the top stoop needs to be. It does need a good cleaning, but it's remaining. The only items that we're looking at dealing with are the columns and the railings.
Okay. It's just a drawing detail.
Yes.
The proposed front view showed an additional step. So I was just curious if you were adding that and replacing it.
No, I mean, I've got I've got the same number of steps, and I'm staying with those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Lineberger. Additional comments or questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Goodwin, why don't you kick us off?
Sure. I did have a question for Commissioner Hinman. On the columns in the front, you had talked about preserving the lightness of the iron. Are you referring to the columns as well, or are you okay with wrapping them in wood?
I think that's a really good question. I understand that the cast iron columns that are shown are not necessarily a sustainable detail, although they are of the time of these houses. But I think we see a lot of different types of columns on this era of home and this style of home, and the thing they have in common is a lightness and slenderness. So, you know, not that we wouldn't get really excited, you know, about a thin metal pipe column or something. I think it is possible to do this in wood. I just think it needs to have that lightness and slenderness in its quality. Is that an okay answer?
Well, could I jump in to ask a follow-up question? Just looking at 4.8, number 2, the standard that Commissioner Goodwin read, how do we get around avoid stripping porches and steps of original materials and architectural features such as handrails, balusters, columns, and flooring? And it says, I skipped over the first part, repair and replace only damaged elements of porches by matching the materials, methods of construction, and details of the existing original fabric. And you know, just to add, we just picked up oak lawn, you know, and so we could see more of these.
And a great deal of our discussion when we picked up Oak Lawn was about changes to porch columns.
I'm thinking from all the feedback that we're hearing in our standard 4.8 number 2, that it would behoove us to stick with iron to mimic the original.
I agree. You want to continue, Commissioner Goodwin, with some other points that you were making?
I think that's all the questions and points that I have.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman?
If it's okay, I'd like to lean on Commissioner Goodwin and Commissioner Whitlock for their expertise on something, which is the idea of these replacement windows. The historic windows are fastened directly into the brick from the sides, and the replacement windows are going to have the nailing fin and a piece of trim. Commissioner Goodwin, you really hit on this in the questioning, and I think it's a really astute point. And I think my question is, like, thinking strategically and about feasibility, is it possible to use a window with a nailing fin and a piece of trim in this configuration and minimize that detail so that it doesn't look like a thick frame in a frame, which is something that is not approvable for us? You and Commissioner Whitlock have all the experience here.
Maybe Commissioner Whitlock were you going to say something, Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, the way that it was described, the construction and putting the nailing, putting I guess a 2x4 nailer and putting the flange onto that, ending up with the 2-inch margin, if that does in fact match the margin on the steel windows, which I don't know. It looks like it's thinner than that, but I don't know. But yeah, that's going to be a tough one. It's conceivable. I think one of the questions was, could you match the trim to match the cladding on the window? And you're going to be limited with that. So, there's always the possibility of trimming that nailing flange down, putting a thinner nailer and a thinner trim. And if they use the PVC trim, that may get the margins that are desired. Although you are altering the window, therefore probably voiding any warranty that goes with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the nailing fins are easily removable. However, to get proper sealing, it's probably best to leave the nailing fin on where you can tape and seal it.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that, I mean, the clad product that they're specifying can come without a nailing fin. I know they're much easier to mount, waterproof and that sort of thing, but I mean, that vastly changes the characteristic of the trim condition around the window. I don't know if that voids any warranties or any, you guys being the professionals, but they can be installed without that fin. So, do we allow that, or do we push for a sound building technology instead?
That was going to be my follow-up question too, would it be better to have a window without a nailing flange?
Well, I think again you can do that, and it's going to work. It's not going to be as tight necessarily, but if it's done right, it will meet code, and you would still, I think, need to have a modified brick mold of some sort to get that thin margin, and the design of that is, I guess, going to be in question whether that could be the same cladding as the window, if that's the goal.
Okay, let's put a pin in that one and talk about the doors. So admittedly, Mr. Bowman hasn't, there are other companies that he might want to consider in terms of replacing the doors with similar style doors. So do we have anything else that we want to add or any other direction we want to give as it pertains to the doors? Christy?
We're at the staff level, we're usually a lot more lenient on rear doors that no one can see.
Mhm.
And if they don't match exactly, but they get close, we're usually pretty good with that.
Okay.
And, I will note that we can, at the staff level, because the front doors are already been replaced, like we can handle that with good direction from y'all. And
Okay.
then, so I think the only outstanding question would be maybe the side doors. Sorry. But the only outstanding question would be the side doors. And what you
Okay.
want to do with that due to their visibility.
Mhm.
That's a little different of an issue.
Then the back.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And what about the front door? Is this board okay with the proposed style with that horizontal aspect? Is this board okay with that?
Commissioner Lineberger?
I think that the proposed front door is really handsome and is keeping with the style of the house. But I'm struggling with the front door looking like that and the replacement doors looking like they do, and the complete conflict in styles there. So I guess for me, it's which one is more important, and obviously the front door is more important. And I feel like there just maybe needs to be for the staff, if they can approve this at the staff level, I think if it's important to everyone else, I don't know how important it is to everyone else, but if we can just give them the direction of just some kind of consistency with all the doors versus two totally different styles.
I agree. I do agree. Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, I think for me, I do like that front door, but I don't like it for this historic district. I mean, I think the front door on Unit 313, being a half light, kind of the same idea as the side doors on both units. That half the door is glass, even if it's horizontal versus kind of the sixth light. That to me doesn't make a difference, but going from that to glazing on the full front, I don't think keeps with the tradition of it. And I understand, we're pretty much in unprecedented times right now as far as getting some of these materials, but at the same time that, this is an historic district, and we've had plenty applications in the past where what we've requested is not easy to do, or costs more money, or takes more time to get the product. And unfortunately, that's kind of what it takes to do some of these projects in these districts.
Thanks for saying that, Commissioner Murin. I think that's really good feedback. Yes, Commissioner Barth.
I completely agree with Commissioner Murin. And actually looking at the front door to 313, I mean, I would certainly appreciate a replacement door for all four of these that mimic that sort of style that is more in keeping with the historical character. The 5-light full glass door is sort of a modern interpretation of this style of door from the mid-century period. So I think having a lower solid panel would be more of a better play in this instance.
All right. Perfect. Okay. So we've talked about windows. We've talked about doors. Talked about the railing details. Anything else we need to address before getting to a motion for this particular application?
Question.
Sure. Good.
Do we think we as a commission, need to see section details through the head jam and sill conditions on how this would be handled?
Commissioner Heineman's shaking your head, yes? Mm-hmm.
I think what I've been trying to figure out how to say is that we are not a precedent-setting body, but this project has the potential to be a precedent-setting project for us. And replacing steel windows with wood windows is complicated, and it's something that we haven't done before. And we need more than a narrative of how it's going to be done.
Okay. Let's, I'm sure many of you have been taking notes, so let's start to craft a motion. Yes, Commissioner Heineman.
I think we do need to talk about one more thing.
Driveway?
We do have the location of the HVAC units,
Okay.
and they are behind the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, in my opinion, the applicant has met that requirement from last month's continuation.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that that was fine.
Okay.
For me, the driveway repair is a CDOT issue, not
Okay.
an HDC issue.
And so in our motion, we might just say that. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The driveway is not a weight issue?
If it's truly a driveway repair, which is certainly what it sounds like and appears to be from everything that has been presented to us, that's a CDOT issue and not an HDC issue, because it's being repaired in kind. Correct? There's no,
That's what he
it's
said.
not a
Yeah.
proposed change. It's
Yeah.
it's a repair in kind, which if there's an issue with the curb cut is CDOT and not us.
Okay.
Is it not a replacement?
He said he was repairing it.
Fix the driveway.
It's slide 23.
It says fix the driveway.
Yeah.
So when staff can handle this,
Okay.
right? Like, we would consider it a repair because he's not ripping up the entirety of the driveway and replacing the whole thing. He's repairing a section of it that's broken. And then like Commissioner Hinman said, anything with CDOT, we don't even get into. So if
Okay.
that's an apron curb cut issue, they
Okay.
work directly with CDOT.
All right. So,
I think the reason I'm saying it is because just to dot the i's and cross the t's, I know we asked for more information on it, and I think what more information has told us is that it's not in our jurisdiction.
okay. All right. And that's why we should put it in the motion that it's not in a jurisdiction since it was in the continuance. Okay. Commissioner Goodwin, want to take a crack at it? Of course, it's a team effort.
Yeah, I'll make an attempt, and I probably will need some help with this. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. For the windows, we need to see the pane layout match or be consistent with the original. And we need section details for the windows in an effort to reduce the width of the casing to be put around the windows. Some additional details there, especially if we're going to remove the nailing fin, how it would be properly sealed. And I think that can be done, but I can't speak to that right now.
Okay.
And that is for standards 4.14,
1-4.
number
17.
14 and 17. It was basically match the size of the windows and then also match the original pane design. For the doors, it seems that the many of the commissioners do not want to see the door design changed, and so we would like to see doors that mimic the original design for all 4 replacement doors. And also the side and rear doors, if we could consider repairing those and that would be up to the applicant if he decides to repair them or replace them, given the cost factor.
And that's 4.10, number 2.
Yes, 10, number 2. For the porches, please revise the application to show iron railings for the porches to mimic the original. Yeah, that's 4.8, number 2.
Original materials and architectural features.
Yes. Yeah, avoid stripping porches and steps of original materials and architectural features such as handrails, balusters, columns,
And flooring.
and flooring. Yes. And then for the driveway, might need some help on that. I know that we were asking to confirm the driveway material and dimensions for replacement, but it appears that it's going to be a repair. And if someone could help me out with that, I would appreciate it.
It's not in our purview.
But it's not in our purview.
I think we could just sort of use our standard language for the driveway, that it appears to be a repair and staff approvable.
Okay. So that completes my motion that the driveway, it appears to be a repair and would be staff approvable.
Do we have a,
A guideline for that?
yeah.
Page 2.3, number 2, repair and maintenance.
Yeah, 2.3, number 2.
And you can also, 2.6 also list all the administrative approval items as well. So.
So it's 2.6, 1A. Okay. Do we need to repeat that? Okay, perfect. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Okay, the next application is 301 East Kingston Avenue. I believe Jeremy's with us. Jeremy, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Jeremy. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Great. This is a continuation from the February meeting for no front yard parking and making sure that the driveway extends to the rear of the building. So Jeremy, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Jeremy Picard, 301 East Kingston Avenue, 28203.
Thank you. And I am on slide number 4, if you want to take it from here.
Sure. That's just a picture of the house. We've covered that before. I guess going down to the next slide, the addendum slide shows the existing driveway extending from the street to the side rear of the house. Based on the comments from the last meeting, if you look at the revised drawing detail on the next slide, where the fence gate is located, you've got your red inset box there kind of pointing, but where the fence gate is located across the existing driveway, that was made rather than the door based on the feedback we received last time. So we will maintain the existing paver area and look to put a fence gate, double gate entryway right there across the existing driveway. Based on the feedback, that was the only addition that was made. So beyond that, I don't have much more to share. Hopefully that was all we needed.
All right, thank you so much. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
We have one new unknown caller.
Okay.
So, new caller. Hello, are you calling in for 301 East Kingston? You can just say yes or no. Okay, with that. Oh,
no,
hello?
Yeah, no,
No.
no.
Can you tell us, while we have you, what case you're calling in for?
1501 South Mint, 00122.
Okay. We love that you're participating. Just to give you a heads up, that's going to be probably after 5 o'clock today. So if you want to call back, you feel free.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christy. All right, I'll start with my question. One of the things we asked about, and I don't see it in the motion here, was where the pool equipment would be housed. Do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, it's consistent with what I indicated last time, and I guess it's not shown on the drawing, but if you look at the revised drawing, you can see to the left side of the property where the existing HVAC units are, the intent is to put the pool equipment in that general area. Right where right where your cursor is right now.
Okay.
They can run the piping along the back side of the house is what we've identified.
That's a long piping. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, commissioners, any other questions of the applicant before we close?
I think we'll just note that we welcomed Commissioner Henningsen back for this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. All right, well, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Heineman.
I'm happy to float a motion.
All right.
I move to approve this application as submitted with the request that the applicant provide screening on the Cleveland Avenue side where the pool equipment is located.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion to approve passes 10-0. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Okay,
Um,
let the record show that Commissioner Heineman needs to recuse for application number 4.
Okay. Angie, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Angie, welcome. Angie, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, I'll do that first.
Hi, Angie. Will you raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question? Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from February for additions, standard 6.10 roof forms. And the new plans are shown starting on slide number 9. And then moving through slide 10 shows existing and proposed. And then as we go down, if we skip down to 14, 15, 16, and 17, it shows the comparison from November to the preferred and secondary option. I want to note that on slide 14, the labels, they're swapped. This middle preferred option is actually the secondary option. Because if you look on slide 15, the middle front elevation is showing the walls here to the dormer. So slide 14, just note that these are swapped. So Angie, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you'd like to begin on.
Okay. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte 28208. And Christy, thank you for pointing out the mislabeling on sheets A5. So as you know, we were continued last month for a roof eave design, and section 610 and 712 of the guidelines. And we did have a roundabout discussion with staff as to options that we could consider for a new design. And the two options that you have before you are what was concluded from that and take away from that meeting. So if you would, Christy, go to slide 14, let's start there. So as Christy said, what we wanted to do was lessen the impact. And I believe Chris last time had a question about the left elevation, which would be slide 15. And
17, I believe.
17, excuse me, left. And the termination of the gable end where the eave ended on the previous solution. And so what we did is come up with two options. One, continue the eave all the way down so that roof to roof, and also change window sizes, reduce the windows. In the previous submission, we had larger window to meet egress. And we have found a smaller egress required window. Also, if you look at the preferred left elevation, the smaller window to the rear is also that section of the wall is not coplanar with the gable end, so it does step back. In both scenarios, actually it does. So what we tried to do is come up with options that reduce the impact of the roof. Now, again, based on the Department of Interior standards, it is so that if you were to remove the addition, you could still see the original structure underneath. And we felt like the preferred option, as well as the secondary option, did meet those requirements. Slide 15. So this is the street side, is the ideal way. There really wasn't too much of a discussion other than we changed the window sizes. We did reduce the windows, and we're doing a French casement that looks like a double hung, which is acceptable based on previous projects that have been approved by the commission. But those window sizes were also reduced. Slide 16 is the impact on the rear. As you can see, there is not much of a difference. The only difference in the secondary option is we did, because of head height, have to create a small shed roof. And again, the biggest takeaway from both options is, one, we have a little bit of roof, or two, we have a wall plane to deal with and a different material. So I think that pretty much does summarize the impact of the change. Also too, just one more thing I do want to note, interior left side of the house, 2 doors down, if you can look at some of the original photos, it does have similar slide 7. And if you look at the lower left hand corner of the slide, you'll see that structure has of similar nature, although we would be much less of an impact. You do not see the vertical wall surface. You see the roof, roof to roof. Let's see, regarding the rear, the eave location, the windows, I did want to note one thing. It does state on our drawings that they would be a Colby-like product, but it is a clad. Our dimensioning is based on a Colby window. And I would just ask that we would submit for staff review for final window manufacturing, again, almost like previous application, due to availability. But they would be a clad window. I think that's it, folks. I think it pretty much summarizes everything that we had discussed. And I think Chris was the one that had the most question about the termination of the eave and the boxing.
All right, thanks, Angie. Well then, do we have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against this?
We have another new unknown caller.
Okay.
Hello, new caller. Are you calling in about this project, 2200 Charlotte Drive?
Yes, it's my house.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi.
Have you been sworn in? Would you like to say anything?
I haven't been sworn in, but I think Angie said everything. I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? We continued this for a restudy of the scale. So do we have any questions before we close? Okay, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, Angie, you said that the new windows are going to be metal clad windows. That's just for the addition. What are the windows on the existing structure?
The windows on the existing, I believe, are wood.
And would you consider making those windows wood, or is this just an availability issue? Is that why you're favoring the clad windows, or what?
We can certainly go with a wood window. It's going to be a French casement. So, and that would be the only size that would fit within the opening to meet egress. So I think it would be availability. And if you'll allow us to kind of resolve that with staff, they wouldn't be vinyl or vinyl clad. They would either be a wood or an aluminum clad window. But our dimensioning on our drawings, it does state that our dimensions are based on a Colby nomenclature. So, and sizing, they don't have to be Colby. So yes, we would consider wood.
Okay, thanks, Angie. Any other questions before we close? All right, why don't we close for deliberation? So we have 2 options. Why don't you kick us off in discussion, Commissioner Goodwin?
Sure. Yeah, Angie, thanks very much for the detailed elevations, clarifying existing versus proposed. I was able to follow them much better this time. Thank you. In my mind, the left elevation roof form is greatly improved. You know, you've got a balanced gable now, and then it's great that you were able to meet egress with that small window up in that upper rear bedroom. And I think that also raising the roof height, I know that there's been some concerns about that, but it is set back and it's not overpowering. Percentage-wise, I figured it's like an extra 13% that you're raising the ridge. And of course, you need to raise the roof height to get the 8-foot ceilings on the second floor. So I think that and to me, the preferred left elevation, and maybe the architects probably want to weigh on this as well, but to me, the preferred left elevation is what I personally prefer because it looks more graduated. It seems to flow better than the option that you presented. It's a more graduated look and flows better. So I think that's I don't, maybe the architects would want to weigh in on that, but that's my impression.
Commissioner Barth, since you had so much to say about the last one, will you give some feedback on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the applicant's study of this roof form. I mean, to me, it's really a trade-off, and this has come up on a number of projects where we have applied dormers and different things where we see, you know, solid walls from the front view. The preferred option, you know, going back to my original comments from last meeting, really does eliminate much of the original roof form, or at least impact it in a fairly substantial manner. So, I mean, this one's very difficult. Not sure I know exactly where I stand on it yet, but I do tend to agree with Commissioner Goodwin's comments about the receding roof form, and it is softer, at least as viewed from the streetscape, which is where most people are going to see this from.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Lineberger, thoughts on the changes?
I appreciate the changes and the options. Because I know that Angie, you put a lot of, I know we're closed, right? I know she put in a lot of effort to try to figure this out. I might be the dissenter here, but I feel like the secondary retains more of the original roof and feels a little bit more meets that scale requirement that we really struggled with. So just my opinion.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Henningsen.
I mean, Angie has given us a couple of options, right? That are both, an improvement. Yes, the ridgeline is increasing some, but the impact of the street is minimal. I mean, from a scaling perspective, yeah, from a scaling perspective, I would say that the addition is not incongruous.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Nothing different to add. I like what's been done with the preferred option. So I like the progress.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Murin.
Same thing here. I think it shows it's come a long way.
All right. Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes, I agree. And the one that's labeled preferred is my preferred.
Okay,
on this, yes.
all right. So, Commissioner Walker.
We can't hear her.
You don't have a mic? Here, borrow mine.
I'm sorry, I'll start again. Angie, as everyone else, thanks you for all the many changes you've made to this project. I personally just struggle with whether or not the original height of 1810 going to 21.4 is, per our guidelines, considered a slight increase, which if in fact it does appear to be that from the street, then I would like for our motion to include that fact, because this, I would not be happy with this being a precedent for that significant an increase in height to be characterized as slight, if in fact it's going to be approved per these guidelines we have to follow. That's all, thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Walker. So, just looking at our standard 7.2, number 1, attempt to locate the addition on the rear end. No, that's not it. Sorry. Number 2, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. It kind of feels like it all depends on where you're standing. So we're looking at it primarily from the front elevation, which is what people see as they're walking or driving by. And to Commissioner Walker's point, if that more than 3 feet is, I don't know how you don't see that from the front elevation. And quite frankly, to Commissioner Barth's point, when we try to make sure that the original house remains intact as much as possible, is not disturbed as much as possible, it's really hard to look at this addition and think that it achieves that. And yet I understand that Angie has a tough job because we want more square footage for this house, but it doesn't seem, even with the most gifted architects, it doesn't seem like, in my opinion, they are able to do that and still adhere to our standards. So yeah, we can say, given the fact that, oh, well, we don't really see as much of it from the street, or this is the best of a number of situations. This is the best of the worst situation. It's just, I'm not ready to say yes to that, but I might be in the minority on that. So we've done our round robin. I would love it if Commissioner Goodwin would do us the honor of floating a motion and see where we all stand.
Yeah, a couple of comments to that effect first. And I know that we're struggling with 7.2, number 5. It says typically the original roof is visible from the public right-of-way, should not be raised. If I'm not mistaken, this board has approved higher ridge heights in the past if the conditions are right, if it fits in with the context, if it's set back. Is that is correct? We have approved higher ridge lines.
I don't know if we've approved more than 3 feet. Christy, have we?
It's not 3
Well,
feet.
what is it?
210.
We've done up to 3, I know. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. And I think in this particular case, again, you're raising the roof height, like 13%. It is set back. It's not ideal, but the second floor ceiling height is 8 feet. I don't think that you can really lower that any. And so I feel, and it's definitely not incongruous with the neighboring houses. In terms of elevation, it's relatively low, even after this addition. with respect to the neighboring houses. So
What do you say, Commissioner Goodwin, to what it does to the original roof?
well, the front part of the roof is original, and certainly a lot of the roof is getting covered up. But, you know, once again, I think that for them to be able to do the addition that they want to do, they need to go up. They can't go back. And yeah, it's not an ideal circumstance, but I'm okay with it.
Well, please float a motion. Because
Okay.
I have a feeling you're not alone.
I make a motion to approve this application in that it is not incongruous with the district and it meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6, and additions, Chapter 7, and with the condition that the applicant would select the preferred design, which I don't think that that's a problem. And that concludes my motion.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. So motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by,
Second.
is that Commissioner Murin or Commissioner Whitlock?
Whitlock.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Okay, let's vote. Well, before we vote, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
As much as this pains me, I have to say no, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. So we have, the motion passes 6-3. Thank you so much, Angie. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin.
Okay, we're moving on to our new cases for the agenda this evening. On to case number 5, 1706 South Mint Street. Jason Murphy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Jason. And is Jen Benson with us?
She was an attendee for the last couple and she just said she was on. Is she there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Have y'all been sworn in?
No.
No.
Okay, and I know Larry is also caller number 5. Larry, if you're still on, would you please be sworn in as well?
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Heineman has rejoined the meeting. If you all will please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is for new construction of a multifamily building on South Mint Street in Wilmore. With that, I'm going to turn it straight over to the applicants, Jason Murphy and Jen Benson. I am going to start you on slide 4 which is a street view of the surrounding properties. So Jason and Jen, take it away. If you would state your names and spell your names and your addresses for the court reporter first, that would be great.
Jason Murphy, JASON MURPHY, 718 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Jennifer Benson, JENNIFER, Benson, BENSON, 12 Yopon Way in Oak Island.
Jealous.
Yeah. Jason, do you want to start or do you want me to?
Yeah, if you're ready. I'm pulling up everything.
Okay, will we be able to maneuver through the slides, or Christy, will you be doing that?
Jen, I'll do that. And then I also have the extra information that Jason submitted as well in the supplement.
Oh, great. Okay.
Excellent. Well, what we are doing is a two-story duplex that matches the height similarly to what you have on either side. You can see the lot with the two-story buildings on either end. We wanted to, if you could scroll just a little bit. Yep, I appreciate it. So we kept within all the setbacks, and we did some drive lines there for each side. We stopped them short of going to the back because there were two trees, one on either end that we wanted to keep. So that's why the carriage strips stop at those trees there. Thank you. We are doing wood siding and wood windows, along with a brick foundation and some brick piers for the entry to give it a little bit of definition, and some siding for, asphalt shingles for the roof. We're doing single hung windows with corner boards. And if you have any questions, let me know.
These are actually going to be double hung Windsor wood windows. Jen, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I
Yep.
misunderstood there. But yeah, they're just going to be primed white wood on the outside, clear pine on the inside, and they're the Pinnacle. Let's see. The Windsor Pinnacle primed windows with a 7/8 grill. And we were basically wanting to kind of, blend in with the two quadruplexes that are on the right and the left side. We modeled this after a duplex that was recently built in Plaza Midwood on Kensington. There it is, 1514 to 1518. Very similar kind of setup there. And if you, let's see, just going to ask you to look at one other thing. We have the renderings further down. I don't know if we didn't do a side by side on the, if those are included, hopefully. Yeah. So that's kind of the vision there. Looks a lot better than the plan sketch. But I feel like this will fit in really nicely with the neighborhood. We're across the street from a school, so there's not a whole lot of competing residential or single-family residential around there on that strip of Mint Street, and I feel like it's it's very similar along the lines with a recently approved duplex. There's not a lot of those. You don't see many duplexes being built anymore, but this is kind of what we envisioned, and kind of mimicking the two on the sides, trying to work with the same eaves and details to be consistent with the Wilmore, and matching kind of off of the Plaza Midwood example that was approved. And I think that's it at this point. I've got.
All right, thanks, Jason. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have no callers.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicants? Okay, Commissioner Barth.
First of all, bravo on the rendering. It almost looks real.
Thank you.
So while we're on this image here, you have shown 9/9 light windows, but your elevation shows 6/6.
Yeah, sorry. That was done by someone actually out of the country who did this rendering, actually from Vietnam. She does a great job, but we weren't able to get it revised. But yes, it will be 6/6, matching the plans. I think is that what you have on the plans? 6/6.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be the same, 6/6.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. And then you mentioned wood gable or wood siding. You show what appears to be cedar shingles in the gables of the front porches. Is that correct?
Jen, is that what we detailed out on there? I believe so.
I thought we were continuing the siding.
Yeah, you've got, so yeah, those are, it looks like on the rendering and on the sketch, it's cedar
Okay,
shades. I
so
mean,
they-
that, we're certainly open to that. That's just a detail, but if preferred is lap siding, we certainly
Oh, I
can.
do have cedar in there, sorry.
Yeah.
Sure. And I would assume if you're doing like a cedar shingle detail there, they would be individually applied.
Correct.
Okay, good. And there's some staff notes, which I agree with. Your columns on the front porch, I think we'd probably want to see something a little more substantial there.
Okay.
Would you be open to like a 8-inch or 10-inch boxed out column with articulated capitals and bases?
Yeah, yes, for sure. Yeah, it looks like she's only got 6 there. Yeah, so
Mhm.
certainly 8 or 10 would work and probably look better than what we're seeing there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions? Commissioner Henningsen?
Mr. Daedalus, welcome back. I think it's been a while.
Yes, sir. Thank
Long while, actually. Comment for you, the roof overhangs. Is there a way to make those overhangs a little more drastic? And again, just comparing it to the 4-flat that's beside it, the overhangs are a little bigger, especially in the dormer. I think in the dormer, there may be some exposed rafter tails. There may have been some exposed rafter tails once upon a time before they put gutters on.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, from what I could tell, what I saw on those 2 units and as well as the one in Midwood, they were boxed soffits, but they were at an angle. And I think, do we have 16-inch
I believe
overhang?
we have 12-inch.
Oh, yeah. Typically we do 16-inch, so I'd certainly would want to do 16. Sorry about that. I'm trying to look at the street view from the 2, because yeah, they didn't have the exposed tails on either of those 2. Maybe there might have been one portion, and I'm certainly open to doing that. I just didn't know if that, as far as congruity there. But yeah, as far as, extending those and kind of beefing those up a little bit, that's definitely doable.
Okay, thanks. Next question. For your windows that are ganged, it's hard to tell from the renderings, but will there be a trim board between the ganged windows?
Yes, there will be. And I think she has a note on I got so many windows opened up here. It's nice when we're in person. I can have everything spread out on my desk, but now I've got 2 screens. I'm trying to flip back and forth.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a mutton, or not a mutton, there's a trim board between, I think that's Jen, do you see that on there, what you have?
I do see, yeah, there is a board, and I think on the details, there's a note that says, on the window detail there, on the bottom, it says twin units has, yep, there you go, 5.5.
Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Heineman?
Hi, Jason. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Really lovely project, and we, of course, love the precedent that you chose on Kensington. That's been a really successful new build. I have a question about the setback, actually, the front setback. I understand that you're within the zoning setbacks, but can you talk to us about how this relates to the setbacks of the adjacent properties or the relative block setback, understanding that the property to the left is an empty lot?
I am fairly certain we're going to be, or at least splitting the difference between the 2 so that we're consistent with the front. But yeah, I know in the past, I think we've shown a plot that does show where the other 2, and I guess it's been a long time, sorry guys. But yes, it will be consistent with those and, splitting the difference of that setback so that they're all consistent from the street as best we can. If that's your question.
It is. I also want to comment that the streetscape exhibit that you guys have put together is really helpful and certainly demonstrates that a lot of the details that we're looking for are sort of spot on in terms of the eave locations, window head heights, the roof, everything. So thank you so much for that. It's incredibly helpful. My next question is about parking. Because I'm concerned, and I understand you guys are trying to save these trees, that we are creating a front yard parking situation.
I mean, I feel like we're far enough back where you could at least have two cars. And these are, going to be each side a single family. I think that's pretty typical along, in that neighborhood for the most part. I don't believe they have, I'm not sure if they have street parking there on Mint. I don't think they do. But I feel like that, could at least get two back there. The trees, that I know that's a big point for historic. So I don't know if, just trying to win both sides here, going to save the trees, but also keep the cars out of the front yard. Cause I know that that's an important part in historic. If you have any suggestions on that, I'm certainly open to that.
Thank you. I don't know, but thank you for that comment because I know we'll discuss it. The next question I have is the corner boards. I see that there are 5 1/4 by 6. Can those be padded out so that they are proud of the sort of double thickness of the lap siding?
Absolutely.
And then if I'm looking at the front elevation, this may just be an effect of Revit or a modeling program. It sort of looks like there's a little bit of a picture framing on the window trim and the center just kind of coming up higher than the sides. And I wonder if we can.
I believe that's a drafting issue.
Okay.
I can definitely fix that.
Okay, so we could get the window elevation detail number 4 on slide 12 is what would govern?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that's everything for me. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Heineman. Any other, Commissioner Bonaparte?
Actually, Commissioner Hyman touched on the parking, the front yard parking situation. It looks like that's what we could be creating here. So she already touched on it.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Henningsen?
And I did want to bring it up. It is in the staff notes. Jason, there were some comments about fenestration on the sides and the rear.
Okay.
Can we go to one of the, I don't know, maybe the left elevation or right elevation aside? And I agree. Like when I look at the left elevation as an example, there's just some expansive runs of siding, right? That need to be broken up with windows. Do you have the ability to make adjustments to the window layout?
We did
Add
the
some
best
more
because I knew
rhythm.
that was going to be a question. And I hate to refer back to a recently approved project that's very
Oh,
similar.
please.
So if we look at that duplex there in Midwood, it's very similar setup to what we've got. Obviously symmetry, having them stacked is great, but in reality, it's very difficult because with the quadruplex, they're all quartered up, and there's bedroom over bedrooms and kitchens over kitchens, and everything's very much so when you have that many units but with a duplex, and of course with the floor plans that are kind of just popular these days, it's hard to really get those windows to stack. It doesn't mean, perhaps one can be, added here or there. I know we went back and forth to try and get as many as we could without getting awkward, because the long stretch on the first floor is actually between, I think that's kitchen wall there. So obviously cabinets and things like that. I think the windows are under that, that double on the left side, or yeah, you're looking at the left there. And then the rest of that is cabinets and then
And the
laundry,
pantry. Yeah.
and pantry, and then laundry. Upstairs, that's a bedroom. I think we added a second window in that upstairs window. We've got a front bedroom. What is that there in the front room, Jen?
Yep, it's a bedroom, and then the closet. We might be able to fit another window in that bedroom. That would give it three windows in that bedroom. I'd be concerned about bed location. That's my only concern with adding something on the top there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Okay.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Commissioners, before we close and go into deliberations, any other questions or comments as it relates to windows that you want to bring up? Again, I may be the only one.
No, I agree, but they've also provided, we'll talk
Examples.
about it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Barth.
Christy, could we go to the site plan, please? How confident are you guys about retaining those trees, those 3 trees, with this new construction being so close to the root system, as well as driveways?
I mean, our goal is to save the trees. You know, that's always a reality if you have trees, especially when they're, you know, on the well, the one on the right side on the property or closer to the property line, I guess. And then the other one is kind of out further. I mean, that's always a question. I'm not opposed, you know, to taking those trees down to get driveways further down. I figured that would be something that we could, you know, once we get everything staked out and laid out properly, that might be something we'd have to come back to the commission about.
All right, yeah, I mean, I agree, especially all the trees in our historic districts are beautiful, but I'm just concerned, and perhaps Commissioner Hayden can expand on this. But one more question, where do you all propose in putting your HVAC equipment? Because I noticed it wasn't shown on the site plan.
Yeah, not on the sides. They'll be in between the 2 patios on the rear.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions before we close? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just had a quick question. If you did any studies on parking in the rear coming off of the alley, if there is access there, and you did studies for that?
Well, there's a church that has its own access and driveway back there, so it's not our property. It's part of the church that is back there. So there is a driveway, but it's not an easement. They own it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, quick comment to address Commissioner Barth's question, and that is those trees, they're so close to that foundation. If you were, you know, within 10 feet of the trunk of the tree, you're going to do significant root damage, especially with a linear foundation like that. I don't see that those trees really have much of a chance to survive.
Do you want to answer that, Jason or Jen? Or speak to it?
Jason?
I would say there's always a risk throughout the historic district in saving any of these trees with the houses that are being built. But I agree that it could be an issue.
Yeah, and we typically like to see tree protection plans with new construction so close to the trees. All right, any other questions or comments before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. I do have a problem with the fenestration, the rhythm of it or lack thereof. And yet we have this beautiful building that Jason provided as precedent that we approved. Now, granted, I'm looking at the left side elevation. There seems to be more of a rhythm of windows on the bottom level, and it's brick with the soldiers course going through it. So it to me, it looks a little different than it would with the siding. That is my thought on it. PJ, you brought up the windows. Why don't you tell us what your challenge is with them?
No, just just the rhythm and some, just like what I said before, it's just some of the rhythm, the asymmetric aspect, you know, more siding. However, and Jason did I mean, he does have an example of a similar structure that was approved. So it's really, that does have similar expanses of brick and asymmetry. So I don't know.
And I'm just thinking out loud, but does the difference in material matter to you?
No, because he's still got a trim board, right? Separating the first story and the second story that kind of aligns to the soldier course, right? So there's still, so there's still that kind of breaks up. I don't say the massing, but just breaks up the wall of siding and windows.
The gutters also help break up the wall on the Kensington Drive
It's true.
property. Creates a bit of a bay, different bays, whereas this one does not. It's just expansive wall. Yeah. Commissioner Heineman?
I think for me, the window discussion really is related to the front rooms closest to the pedestrian right of way. And so I think that the applicant has provided exactly what we ask for, which is an example of another property, right, that is doing this well. So I think that's great. And if there were any place that I would feel strongly about adding a window, it would be in that front upper bedroom on both sides, as the applicant suggested, which I think would make a world of difference from the pedestrian right of way in the front room. The material itself, I don't think is contributing to it. Both the lap siding and the brick are a very human scaled material. And I do think that band needs to come lower. Its relationship to the window sills doesn't feel quite right.
What do you think about the gutters on the Kensington property versus this one?
It's really hard for me to look at gutters as architecturally and massing defining elements. So I do not have any opinion about the gutters.
Okay. All right. Anyone else want to speak to the windows?
And I absolutely agree with Jess about adding some more fenestration on the left and right elevations for the two front rooms.
Okay.
I think that would help out dramatically.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Barth.
Agree with many of the comments as far as rhythm go. My only comment on specifically looking at these side elevations is to the window, which I take is over the kitchen sink. Concerned about the light proportions, maybe getting a little too horizontal compared with the rest of the windows. I think they could likely afford, I'd be cautious to going to a narrower window versus dropping that sill height just a little bit. I know we have countertops to contend with, so looking to the applicant to sort of help with that, and they could work with staff, I would imagine.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Heineman?
I 100% agree with Commissioner Barth on that. I think going to a double or triple casement that's 6 lights instead of 8 or something like that, that's 3 lights high, that can meet their interior programmatic requirements is going to be much stronger. Sorry, they can meet the interior programmatic requirements is going to be much stronger if we can get the divided light configuration to proportionally match the other windows.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we've talked about windows.
And actually, one more comment on windows. And are you all seeing your neighborhood seeing 6/6, a light pattern of 6/6 for
Yeah.
for fourplex? I know I see them more in some of the 1940s and 50s, right? But not necessarily houses that were in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
Okay. And pretty much all the fourplexes that we have in Wilmore in that area, that all the windows have been replaced, but
Yeah. There's one to the left. Up.
and again, that's more I want to say 40s, 50s.
Christy?
The only thing that Candace brought up to me is that we're not sure about the window product. we think it might have a lot of PVC material, so we would just request that spec sheets.
Sure. Okay. Window materials. All right. Uh, duh, 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 duh. What about the columns, the front porch columns?
Agreed, need to be beefier.
And I think Jason and Jen agree with that. We just need to include that in the motion.
As well as making the roof overhangs a little bigger.
And providing a tree protection plan.
Can we
Do you
talk
want to
more
talk
about the
about trees? Yeah. Commissioner Hyman.
I can accept that I may be in the minority on this, but I really feel like we go through a lot of hoops to protect the trees in these situations with new builds and then end up losing them anyway. And we're talking about removing the 20-inch oak, correct? And trying to save the 18-inch oak and the 18-inch maple. And my personal opinion is that it would be more in keeping with our goals to preserve the characteristics of these districts, to sort of have a twofold strategy for replenishing the tree canopy and saving trees. And so I would be of the opinion that we try to save the maple and that we let the 18-inch oak and the 20-inch oak on the left side go in an effort to get 2 cars deep parking on both sides and to have a sort of intentional and sustainable plan for replenishing the canopy on this lot.
Okay. All right.
Can I add to that?
Please, Commissioner
Yeah,
Walker.
just, I don't know the dimensions of the distance from the house to the maple tree, but it appears to be maybe 4 feet, 5 feet. So I would venture to guess that that tree does not really stand along of likelihood of survival. And in that case, I would think it would be more appropriate to work on a tree replacement strategy with the owner and just assume that that maple tree will not make it. It'd be wonderful if it did, but the likelihood is extremely low given its proximity to the house.
Okay. All right. And didn't you bring that up to Commissioner Barth?
Well, one thing is, obviously there's some drafting issues going on here where we don't know the size of the maple tree. I'm sure we could ascertain that from the existing photos. But I would agree with both Commissioner Walker and Heineman about providing additional trees to replace the canopy. I mean, I have many arborist friends who would argue for taking down trees of the age which these are, and presenting a diverse range of age of trees in the districts.
Okay. All right. So then Commissioner Heineman, just to make sure I understand, with the 18 inch oak coming down, then they can take those carriage tracks back a little further and make sure that there is no front yard parking.
Yeah, so if we're looking at the site plan on slide 6, that's correct, right? Glasses on. The dark gray house footprint is approximately 50 feet. So between the house footprint and the front porches, it really is viable that there's 2 cars on the right side past the front porch line. Now, we typically want it past the thermal wall line, but I think past the front porch line is something that we've given before, right? But on the left side, there's not. I think the reality of the situation is that it's going to be hard for all 3 of these trees to survive construction. But if it were possible to maintain one of them, that would speak more to me of replenishing the canopy than planting 3 or more new trees at the same time. So my inclination would be the 2 trees on the left to allow them to take them out and come up with a tree replanting strategy, hopefully one in the front yard, one in the backyard. And the one on the right to try to save it, but I really think it's going to be difficult. I mean, in our in our best projects where the trees are really well protected and cared for and fenced off and everything, we are often still losing them.
Yeah. Commissioner Walker, yes.
Yeah, and I'm just throwing this out as a thought, I don't know, but what about just moving the house over and having one driveway and the cars park in the back in some fashion? That way you'll not have the house flanged by two driveways on either side, which I'm not so sure is the standard. You'll just have your one driveway and save a tree. Just a thought.
Yeah, they would be parking in tandem and they're two different units though, you know?
And there may, I mean, with setbacks, there may not be enough room to shift it. I don't know.
I would not want to purchase one side of a duplex and have to park behind my neighbors in, in tandem,
Yeah, unless
Or-
they're parked in the back
Or
and enter the back.
Yeah.
we agree with Jason and go, let him stake it out. Let him talk to a certified arborist. And if he feels that, some of the trees need to come down, then he can come back and visit us. Or talk to Christie. Go ahead, Christie.
Give the option to staff, like.
Yeah.
Direction the applicant and either or. And work with them that way.
I mean, as long as Jason is not bringing old windows back into the building to display and then breaking glass all over the place, I think that's a good idea. Sorry, Jason. Couldn't resist.
That's unfair.
What's
You can't
considered
answer.
a reasonable percentage of success on saving the tree?
Why don't we reopen so that you can legally say what you wanted to say, Jason? Go on.
That was Scott.
Oh, Scott, okay. Never
Sorry,
mind.
Jason.
We are closed.
I couldn't resist.
We'll re-close. Scott, I'm getting used to your voice. Scott, say it again, please.
Yeah, what's considered a reasonable risk percentage-wise for this to save a tree? Because I wouldn't give any of these better than a 50% based on the proximity of construction. Just given-
Commissioner Heineman.
The three arborists that we work with always tell us 3 times the diameter for the root zone and 5 times the diameter for the watering area. And that you can lose 25 to 30% of that and the tree will still stay healthy. That's what in 20 years, they've consistently told me. I don't think it's always played out to be true. I think we lose more trees.
So do you think the maple has a chance, given that?
The neighbor's property has concrete right next to it too. They're parking on the roots too.
Okay. All right. Okay, so do we have anything left to address with this particular one? Yes, Commissioner Bora.
Sorry, I keep thinking of things.
It's why you're here.
Do we, as a commission, feel we also need to address pedestrian access to the fronts of these units from either the parking or from the sidewalk? Or have the applicant address that, rather?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chris, could you explain, can we go to one of the pictures, the nice color picture of the front, slide 15? Yeah.
The sidewalks just aren't shown on the site plan, I think is the point.
Oh.
And there's maybe not a secondary connection from the driveway to the sidewalk, but if you give staff direction, provided there aren't any setback issues or anything else that you want to see, we can handle that as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Christy. All right. Commissioner Heineman.
I also need to see the setback exhibit, the block setback.
Okay. All right, let's get a motion going. We've been hitting on the points.
Let's summarize the points. Because
Yeah, that's what we'll do with the motion. We'll summarize them as we go through them. So let's do that one by one, and then we can at least keep tally of the points that we've discussed. So why don't we start with windows? Do you want to take that on, PJ?
Yeah, from a fenestration perspective, add fenestration in the front rooms on both the left and right elevations. Staff to approve the actual windows. And Commissioner Barth, I missed your window comment about the kitchen windows, about the dimension of the lights and kind of squatty.
To
Paraphrase.
to match the orientation with the other windows on the proposed project with vertical orientation. They can work with staff on the configuration, light configuration, I would imagine.
That's all I had on windows. I also had increased the roof overhang. I had made the columns more beefier to 8 inches or 10 inches.
Did you talk about window materials?
I just said, work with staff on, approvable windows.
Okay, perfect.
There's the height of the Craftsman band. It needs to be lower
Mhm.
on there. There was
Need to be deeper.
corner boards deeper. Where did we land with trees? Tree protection plan with some direction to staff was,
Tree protection, tree replanting for the 20 and the 18-inch, I think. Is it maple? We're gonna try and keep the other plant. Is that the maple that we're trying to keep on the right side? So we need a tree protection plan for that and a tree replanting plan for the ones on the left.
tree protection plan for the maple on the right and a tree planting plan for the 2 trees on the left
Mhm.
because they'll be removed. Got it.
Can we request that one be closer to the front and one be closer to the back to fill the canopy?
Mhm.
Okay. If there was the pedestrian access from driveway to the porch, or I
Work
kind of
with
missed
staff.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was just access from the driveway to the porch.
Mhm.
Roger. Okay.
And what about the driveway on the left? We talked about extending that a little further back.
Yes, extend the driveway to the rear elevation. Jester, something about setbacks. You want to see the setbacks of the block?
So, yes, I'm feeling like your motion is headed towards a continuation.
My motion's heading to an approval.
Sorry, an approval. That's what I meant to say. Your motion's headed toward an approval. So I would say that the applicant provides staff with a block exhibit of the porch setbacks and the thermal wall setbacks. And then staff obviously can determine whether it needs to come back to us. Or advise or advise the applicant to bring it into compliance with the setback.
I think, yeah, you need to give me the
Exactly.
direction that it needs to either at minimum match the setback of the building at the corner, maybe. Because it looks like the building at the corner has a closer setback than maybe this one.
So Polaris is so terrible about what's open and what's closed. So I think the applicant needs to give you a little more information. That's easy information for us to get from the sidewalk with laser measures.
Mhm.
So
You would like it no closer to the street than the closest quad on this block.
if I'm the one saying it, I want to see all 4 of those in an arc on the thermal wall and the porch wall.
Thank you.
And you can assist the applicant with complying with those 2 arcs. And if you're not happy with it, send it back.
I think we're saying the same things, right? It shouldn't,
Yes.
it shouldn't protrude, the house shouldn't protrude in front of the houses on the left or the right, and it should continue the arc.
We have just a comment from Commissioner Walker that I think we should get on record.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt at this wonderful juncture. But I don't think we did, and I would just like to confirm that the foundation height is appropriate for its site and the houses on either side. I just see 0, 0. I'm not seeing numbers to tell me.
I feel comfortable with it, given the complete Zoutwell survey. I mean, you're looking at this grade change at the face of the houses, but the sidewalk is relatively flat across. And I think this is consistent. They're getting some additional ceiling height on the main floor, which is probably driven by program. But if we zoom out to the large house that's further along, and you drew a straight line from the two existing houses to each other on the first floor, we're within our 10% rule.
Maybe just seeing some added dimensions would help Commissioner Walker and staff, especially once it's built, that we can verify.
I think that sounds great.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Walker.
Adding dimensions on the Zoutwell survey, or what? Adding
Foundation
dimensions. Okay.
Maybe, Commissioner Walker, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think maybe the issue is that the elevations don't necessarily quite follow exactly what's shown in the Zoutwell survey, and that they just need to align the survey to the elevations with some dimensions on the elevations. Is that? Okay, thank you.
To that end, I think the front elevation drawing needs to have accurate grade lines.
Commissioner Henningsen, when you're ready. I think we've had a number of friendly amendments, so if you will just restate the motion, that would be great.
All right. So my motion will be to approve. So I want to make a motion to approve the application because it meets our design standards for new construction, Chapter 6, with the following updates. 1, increase the size of the columns to be either 8-inch or 10-inch. 2, increase the roof overhang. 3, fenestration. Add fenestration to the front rooms on the left and right elevations. Adjust the kitchen window light configurations to be more vertical. And staff to review and approve the actual windows to be used. 4, adjust the height of the craftsman band by making it lower. 5, setback. Applicant to provide staff with an exhibit of the setback for the houses on the block and the setback of this house to be no closer to the street than the adjacent houses and continue and participate in the arc, the setback arc of the adjacent houses. Next, the corner boards need to be deeper. Also, we need a tree protection plan for the maple on the right side and a tree planting plan to replace the 2 trees that will be removed on the left side. One of those trees should be planted closer to the front and the other closer to the back to help fill in the canopy. And lastly, extend the driveway to the rear elevation on the left side.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. All right, do we have a second for Commissioner Henningsen's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of this motion?
I want to add a discussion. Christy, in terms of the fenestration, do you need more guidance? And is us saying add some fenestration in the left and right elevations?
Just expand upon what maybe Commissioner Hinman said earlier, that you're looking for it to be added to the second level.
Okay.
To strengthen the front rooms of the house.
Okay. So Commissioner Hinman, that was just adding one window on the second floor.
Yes, that was my comment.
Okay.
That the front rooms have multiple windows, which is already true on the first floor.
Okay. So I'd like to make my own friendly amendment to, on the second floor, on the left and right elevations, add a window to the front rooms.
And did you cite guidelines
I said standards. I hope I
or
said
standards? Did you cite standards?
I'm standard 6 for new construction.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Commissioner Lineberger, still good with that? All right. So motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Mirren.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 10-0. Thanks, Jason and Jen.
Our next application is also new construction. It is 814 East Boulevard. Robbie and Jill, are you with us?
Yes, we are.
Hi, welcome. Have y'all been sworn in?
Not yet.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that.
All right, welcome. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this application is a resubmission for, you'll remember the old Dilworth Animal Hospital at 814 East Boulevard that burned and was demolished. And this is for a new structure to replace that. And the property owner also owns the building next door, which is a historic building. And so the project is in two parts. The first part is the new construction of a new building. And the second part is to add a connector between the two buildings because they will both be used eventually as the animal hospital. And they also came to a workshop back in the fall, I believe, to look at this again. So I'm just going to turn it straight over to the applicants, Robbie and Jill, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and then I am starting you on slide 6.
Okay, go ahead, Jill.
Jill Wheelock, 3427 Seward Place, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Robbie Johnson, 1605 Sterling Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hey, Robbie, we hear Jill loud and clear, but you sound like you're really far away. Can
Okay,
you?
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, so if it's all right with you guys, Robbie has been nice enough to let me start. So patience with the non-architect, please. So the first slide that we're looking at is, of course, our empty lot and our building that we're planning to build, our new house. After our meetings and our discussions, we really went back and thoughtfully considered the scale and the size and the rhythm of the street and took some time to plan. So it's quite different looking now. If we could kind of get the top view, you can see the placement of the new building. So what we have, what you're looking at now is, of course, my house, the yellow house on the left, and then 800 East Boulevard, which is totally modern, and we just kind of ignored it when we were making our plan. We referenced actually the house on the other side of 828 a little bit in trying to make our plan and regarding the setbacks and things like that. So this is the previous footprint and our new footprint for our new house. What we're looking at is the drawing looks a little different, but it's still that 5'3" off of the historic property line is maintained on the side. The setback is right at, it's at 49 feet, which was the original setback. Our 820 East Boulevard is at 49 feet 8 inches. 800 on the other side is much further forward, so we didn't use that one. It's a little bit further forward than 828, but they're all within 49-ish feet. So the front porch is configured a little differently. In the original building, the front porch was enclosed many years ago before my time. So we have an exterior, we have a real front porch again, instead of just a glassed-in front porch. So this is our front elevation, and we've gone back with a different looking bungalow, but similar in many ways. The elevation of the building is exactly right on with the elevation of the original building. The width is 43 feet, 11 inches wide. The old building was 48. But as we looked at the buildings both across the street and on our side of the street, it falls right in the middle. 827 across the street from us was 47 feet wide. We had 41 feet wide. 828 is that really big double wide lot. It's 51 feet wide, but it seemed a little large. That's not what we're going for on this lot size. So we feel like it's kind of filling the same space, and it's positioned in about the same way that the original house was. Robbie?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I think, again, we have our burnt building and kind of the references to the new building. The old historic porch, you can see that it was glassed in above, and then it had this kind of strange configuration that had evolved over the years to step out. Our new wraparound the side porch there actually steps straight down to be parallel with the driveway, but it has that same kind of exit on the side. We're trying to mimic some of our historic windows. Actually, when I reviewed the plans one last time recently, I would be inclined, if that would be acceptable, to go with 8/1 instead of 6/1, because the historic building had a variety pack, but majority 8/1 windows, and that would make our triple windows that we put in 8 and then 10 and then 8. So we also included, one of our favorite parts was the cantilevered room on the back of the building, and so we put a cantilevered room back on the building as we were designing. So next slide. This is the rear elevation. You can see the porch steps coming down from the front porch on the side. That's our cantilevered room. We had kind of two that were split by the stair originally, but this one is to kind of add some symmetry to the building. We put it in the middle. And I think that's pretty much it. The brackets that we're using are we plan to make brackets that mimic the old brackets because we liked those. So we'll have bracket tails and that kind of thing. And this is the wall that faces our other historic building. I don't have a lot to say except it's kind of a strange case, and there's it's always been kind of close. We tried to add some windows. You can see
Jill? Jill, hi, you're breaking up right now, so it's hard for us to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I'll try to do better. I guess you can
That's
see
great.
that our
Thank you.
elevation, sure, is consistent. The height of our foundation is about the same. The old foundation was actually parged rather than masonry, but I was under the impression that masonry is preferred by the review board, and so I'm happy to go back with brick. If we want to kind of have the old look of the building, I could parge it as well. So I think the next slide kind of lets you see some of our inspirations. So see, I do have some, figure B is some 6/1s, but if you look through them, I mostly have 8/1s, and then figure A shows that 8 and then 10, and then there's another 8 that's not in the picture. And then there's some details of our brackets. I actually still have a bracket in my garage that we'll use as a model. And then you can see the parged columns, which I, again, am happy to put back, or the masonry that we've suggested. And you can see a little more detail on the cantilever portion there. So I think the next couple of slides are just, again, trying to point out where we're going to use the elements that we provided the images of from the old building. Robbie, this may be more you, but we're just trying to show here that our new building fits right in at this, filling the same space that the old building filled. So it's the same elevation, and it's the same distance from 820 that it was before. And it's very difficult to find any spacing across the street because there's driveways and there's not a driveway between. But roughly the spacing is the same with driveways. On our driveway side, the new building doesn't really sit like a historic building, so it's kind of hard to address that. But we feel like it fits pretty much in the same space.
Yeah, the scale of the old building and the scale of the new building should be very, very similar.
So I think the next slide. And that's across the street. Of course, we get that big new building. Traditionally, the odd side of the building, the odd side of East Boulevard does have smaller houses, but our house is pretty similar to 827. The new construction is pretty similar to 827, which is the one in the middle. So I think the last piece that we're looking at is the kind of the part B, which is the bridging piece. And originally we talked about bridging across the whole building, and I understand why that's not desirable. We have kind of two bridging pieces that we'd like to talk about. One of them is just kind of at the half-story level. It's at the landing of the historic stair, and it's just under 10 feet wide crossing piece that's like a tube. And then on the back, we have a porch that is 2-story, also all glass, that it's about 18 feet deep. And that crosses from the existing building 820 and crosses over into the new building at some already existing places. And it is 18 feet because we're including the historic basement stair. We're just going to enclose the whole stair so that we don't have an interruption or try to work around or block the basement access. So I think we have a couple of images kind of from the front. Of course, there's no trees, but really, if you look at the trees, 814 is almost completely screened with all the trees that are already there. But if we go to the next image, I think you can see the bridge component, like the little tube that goes across, and then behind it in the lighter gray is our two-story element that will be glass. And I think that our last slide is actually an example of what we see. You can see both the front and the back and kind of the bridging element that we would like it to look at, like, so that you can see on our image that you can see the building through the bridging element, and it maintains the exterior look of both buildings. And I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That kind of covers what we're trying to do.
All right, thank you so much. Christy, do we have anyone on the line? Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
Once again, thank you guys for this application. I think it's a vast improvement, I will say. Just a few questions. Let me see. So your proposed left elevation, if we could go there, Christy, real quick. Oh, well, this one's okay too. So you have two proposed left elevations. Are you posing the bridge connection as an alternate, or the non-bridge connection as an alternate rather? Because I see in some instances we have, or one instance we have windows versus the bridge connection as you described it.
I think what we were trying to show here is, from our understanding from our previous meetings, is we were asked to show that the house could stand by itself should it ever go back to two single residences or two single businesses. But our plan now is to show to get the connection as part of the approval.
Okay, that's a great explanation. I will say that if we can go to the last slide showing the inspiration for the bridge connection, I don't quite yet know how I feel about the elevated tube connection as described, but I will say there is a quality about the inspiration images which y'all have provided, which I think is fantastic, and we see this all the time on modern additions to historic buildings. I think, at least from my perspective, I would like to see a little bit more delicate elements, as well as the thermal walls of the two buildings being maintained like we're showing here, just how you connect the two buildings together. So I think we might look at that. Jill, I really appreciate your comment about the window light patterns, and 100% agree with you. I think with the window proportions and sizes that you show, an 8/1, or in some instances, even a 10/1 might be acceptable. And I think, can you tell me what your mole spacing is between the ganged windows? Do you have a detail for that? Perhaps I missed it.
I don't think we
we have a detail for that at this moment.
Okay. Just a heads up, we'd probably like to see at least 6 inches between ganged windows, especially for double hung.
Okay. We can do that.
And Christy, can you go to, let's see, the right elevation, please? And Christy, perhaps you might be able to tell us, but I appreciate the fact that you guys are referencing certain architectural elements and forms from the previous building. Christy, do we know if that back part or that cantilever dormer was an addition from the past, or is that part of the original structure?
I'm honestly not sure.
Um,
Jill, do you know?
I believe it was the sleeping porch on the original building, because when
Okay.
it burned, we had some old screening and some round windows on the side.
Okay. So I love the connection that y'all are trying to make. The one thing I will say is typically, I read this as being treated as a dormer. There's a certain lightness to the original dormer or sleeping porch that is held on the old structure. To be frank, I don't know that it's achieved in quite the same manner here. If we were to look at this as a dormer, we'd probably want it to be more engaged with the roof plane, incorporate more of a steeper roof pitch, and things such as that. So I think it's almost there, and of course we'll have to see if some of the commissioners how they view this architectural element. Let's see if I have any more questions. Oh, can you tell us, please, what's your spacing between your property on the left and the new structure, please? How far apart they are?
You're talking between 814 and 820, the two buildings?
That's right.
I'm sorry, I'm looking.
Like 15 one inch.
No, it's 15.3.
15.3.
Yeah.
And that is exactly the same that it was with the original building.
Gotcha. Okay. I think we might get into deliberation about this as well, but I think there's some, like your half timber gables and things in your brackets. I know you're pulling them from the old house, which I think is an amazing nod to the old structure that burnt down. I think we may want to see a little bit heftier elements or a little bit more detail that in the gables, at least, that nod to the original structure or this architectural style as well. Same thing for the roof pitch, and that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, Commissioner Barth covered most of my notes here. I think my question, Christy, if you can go to the front elevation, is probably the best one for me. Slide 9. Can you tell me the depth of your overhangs, in both directions, the rake and the eave?
You did that, Robbie?
They are, I believe, set at 18 inches.
So if I'm looking at the front elevation here, if I look at the left side, that looks more substantial than say the two gables. And I think I don't necessarily need a firm answer on the dimension. I would just say that this, when I look at the intent for this and the streetscape of East Boulevard, I think there's a lot that's going right with it. It's really capturing, I think, a version of a craftsman structure that is more grand than the kit homes on the blocks behind, right? But I think that those craftsman structures have a very, very, have these deep, graceful lines about the edges of them. And a lot of these eaves, for a craftsman structure of this scale, right, and in a location like East Boulevard, are going to need to be more on the order of 30 inches. Not 30 specifically, but something in that range in order to feel appropriate to the scale of the building and to the context. I think my next comment has to do with the dormer up top, and I will say it kind of looks like it's a slightly shrunken version, and it really needs to have a different quality about it, either more glazing and less solid wall, or a completely different type of windows, or shorter sidewalls, and it has to have a relationship with that porch roof somehow. So I think that massing of that dormer just needs to be revisited. And there's a lot of different directions it could take. So that's my first set of comments. Christy, can you go to the rear elevation? I think that's 11. I'll echo some of the comments that Commissioner Barth made about the cantilevered bay. I will say there's a quality about the cantilevered bay that you described in your presentation that I think really captured me. But I think what captured me about it was this whimsical component that wasn't formally placed on the old house, and had some asymmetry about it. And I think I agree with Commissioner Barth that it's presenting as a dormer that that the massing isn't quite right and is a little too formally placed on the back of the house. In my notes before we even said it, I said it must have been a sleeping porch, right? And so I think if you want to capture that, I wouldn't rule it out, but I think it just needs to be revisited as sort of an asymmetric balance in the composition with a departure and more whimsy from the formal components of the house. In general, I think some of the smaller windows on the project, I will also echo what Commissioner Barth said and what you guys said in your presentation about revisiting the STGL arrangement, the proportion of the divided lights. All of your photos of the old house have these extremely tall, graceful, elegant proportions. And I think what you guys said in your presentation about going to the 8s and the 10s is going to be more successful in that regard. But I think the old house also has some really nice nods to changing up the window type in the smaller window locations. And where your program requires that you go to smaller windows, I'm looking at slide 11 and the back of the old building, which I know has a lot going on, but it has a really cool casement window that's capturing the proportions really nicely. And I would consider, rather than shrinking one type of window, I would consider how we can accomplish, the rhythm and proportion and the solid void relationship. I would also echo what Commissioner Barth said about the connector. Your inspiration image is fantastic. I have no idea where the rest of the commission is going to land on it, but I really love the idea of the glassy connector. I think it's very much in keeping with the federal guidelines and the National Park Service approach to this type of intervention in a historic context. But agree that the success of the inspiration image is the very light and delicate quality of the materials and the way that the interior, the previous exterior walls of the existing buildings are so apparent as we look through the connector.
Okay.
Also, I think that we have on the side elevations, I love that you guys are using the brackets as a nod to the old house, but I think at this kind of grand proportion, and Christy, if you can go maybe to slide 10, we just need a lot more brackets. I think you can see this, the proportion and the presentation and the orientation are so different on the old house, and this has this very wide, long, graceful quality about it that I certainly think is in keeping with the style and what you're trying to accomplish, but as such will require a whole lot more brackets.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, that's everything I've got.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Hyndman. Commissioner Henningsen.
Can we go to a picture of the front elevation? And again, comparing the detail in the previous building to this building. And I know we brought up adding some more detail, but are you all open to adding, just looking at the front entrance as an example, right? The original building had side lights. Are you open to adding more side lights to the front entry? Again,
I am. That actually wasn't the original opening, since that was a glassed-in porch.
Okay.
The original door of that house was inside, and it was a single. But I'm happy to put in side lights if that's what y'all want.
Okay. And again, I think it's just more, there was so much detail. This was said by Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Hinman that there was just so much detail on, the original house and just anywhere where we can add some more detail and more interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
Going back to the Skybridge connector, what I understand the two-story element that obviously aligns with the two buildings' floor plates. What can you please tell me the purpose of the elevated or like mezzanine level connector piece? Just for reference.
So, yeah, so that is the landing of the historic stair on 820. So that's what is dictating the height there. And the struggle that we've had is that the building is very divided, and we wanted a way to possibly get from the front of one building to the front of the other building without going all the way around to the back. And so this was, and originally the very first design we had, it was joined right at the beginning, and I know that that was way too far forward. So this was the next place I could join, and then the place after that is all the way at the back, because I don't want to alter the historic stair inside the building, and I don't want to, and there's a tiny little under the stairs bathroom that's awesome that I can't alter there either. So this is kind of how to keep the inside of 820 intact and cross as close to the front as I can.
Got you. So it's program driven.
Yeah.
Your functionality of the business. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? All right, why don't we close? Commissioner Barth, why don't you kick us off in discussion?
My main struggle with this application, as it's seen in this variety, or this version rather, is the roof lines and just some of the detailing, as Commissioner Hyman pointed out, especially from this front view, with the dormer. At least, my opinion is that the main roof line and the roof line over the porch, as well as some of these dormers, can afford maybe a little bit steeper of a pitch, closer to what the original house had, at least for this style of architecture. I think having deeper overhangs, as Jessica pointed out, would help vastly. I mean, other than that, I think this is more of an aesthetic move that needs to happen, just in taking this new construction to the next level to meet the craftsman architectural details that we typically see.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that for the first formal application of new construction on East Boulevard, there's a lot of success here. And I do feel that there are some components of this application that need a serious reconsideration. It's not just minor tweaks, but I do think that this is far more successful than I would typically expect of the initial formal application for a project of this scale in this location. So yeah, I would say for me, this is passing some of our first line standards that we have to meet, but we do need to seriously revisit massing, roof form and materials, cornices and trim, doors and windows, rhythm, fenestration. There's a serious revisitation of those, particularly the front dormer and the cantilevered bay, which I'm not ruling out. I just think they need to be explored from different directions. They need to be explored in different directions.
Okay. All right. Do we have additional comments? Anything that has not been stated by Commissioners Heineman and Commissioner Barth? Commissioner Walker?
The complexity of form, I know the walkway is removable, but it is there. So that, for me, I wish I could get a better feel of how much that might disappear as one passes those two structures with that in between them. How far back that makes it obvious.
Yeah, I felt the same way when I looked at it, Commissioner Walker. Because it talks about how far back it's going to be, but looking at it in a two-dimensional way, it's just really hard to see how that could possibly disappear. And I need to see that in order to be okay with it.
Yeah, I guess if it was one story, it would be a lot less of a massive structure, but the whole complexity of form aspect of it is what I'm struggling with.
Did you, like Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Heineman, like the real life example they gave?
Trying to remember that.
This one. You could see how something like that might disappear, or to still the term be delicate. And I have to remind myself that it can also be removed.
Right.
Yeah. Commissioner Henningsen.
I was going to say, I mean, since we're on the topic of the connector, I mean, I definitely agree that it needs to be light and airy. You know, conceptually, like, you know, if a porch is screened in, it still has to read like a screened porch, so it's really glassy, right? So I'd absolutely agree. Love the idea of this connector. I definitely think they're on the right track. You know, more detail on the house, more craftsman details in the house, and then, you know, these connectors being more light and airy.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Goodwin?
Does anyone understand why the front and rear elevations of the connector look so different? Trying to understand that.
I think because there's two. There's two connectors. Yeah, so you're seeing like a one-story one. Yeah, right there. There's a one-story one in the front and a two-story one in the back. It's a mullet of connectors, if I can use that. Sorry. I'm gonna go on mute.
Business in the front, party in the back. Okay, all right. Commissioner Bonaparte.
I think you guys just hit on the one point that I had, which is, and I think they called it out, that as long as the glass is clear, I think that real life inspiration definitely gave a good perspective of what we could possibly expect. I think that's great progress from what we saw previously. So
Yeah, yes. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Heineman.
To build on what Commissioner Bonaparte just said, though, here on slide 24, we are seeing the floor plates coming to the edges in a solid material on both the front and back connector, and the parapet roof in a solid material on the front and back. And if we go to the inspiration image, you know, part of the power of that image, which, you know, not unlike one of the projects on Van Landingham that was approved ages and ages ago, is that this glass wall, this glass curtain wall is separated from the edges of those floors and has such a minimal profile. It's glass straight through the floor systems, and it has such a minimum profile at the top. And I think some of those details are what is appealing to us about this concept. And I think the heavier it gets, the less it's going to actually feel like this.
Yeah. Agreed. Yes, Commissioner Barth.
Not to beat a topic to death, but I think, Christy, can you go to the cross section of the connectors too? totally sympathize with the applicant's program requirements, but I think the other thing that makes the precedent image so successful is its narrowness. And we're looking at, you know, 2 and 3 different volumes of space being connected upon versus like the inspiration image where you can look through it. It's glass, it's minimally connected. I think in this iteration is just lost on the idea altogether. And from my perspective, I think it needs to be reconsidered and addressed.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, I have nothing to add, but I do have support for the breezeway that's come in. I see where Jill's talking about perspective and where this thing kind of hits. I think if done right, in some of the, you know, the section that we're looking at now, if that thing gets a lot tighter and more steel and less wood, then I think it really has a great chance.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. And to round it off, Commissioner Whitlock.
Yeah, I think that I mean, the connector is interesting. I am it's a little concerned that it is going to be invisible from the street view, and that and it is the point that the example image is you can see straight through it, and it's not multiple chambers. I think I do have a concern what it might look like. I guess I would like to see it in 3D.
Yes, agreed. It's really hard to get a sense of it in 2D, two-dimensional drawings. Okay, it sounds like we are in agreement about the connector and the details. And yeah, so Commissioner Barth, you want to take a stab at this? It will be a group effort.
I can take a stab. I do have one more question to the commission as a whole, to see if anyone else agrees on the roof slope and general roof form. If we think that needs to be looked at in more detail. To me, specifically, the main roof pitch, just and some of the other dormer and gable elements seemed a little shallow for the architectural style.
That is the kind of thing that I would defer to you on, you and Jessica, actually. Yeah. And Krista and Chris Murin.
I design in this style all day, every day, so I can speak to that. Do you think there is a precedent for a version of these more grand craftsman structures? I won't call it a bungalow because it's not small, right? Being long and graceful. And there's precedent for that in Charlotte. So the side roof pitch actually does not bother me from the side elevations. I also think that when we see the examples of this in our environment, we typically, or we don't always see matching roof pitches all the way around. And so I don't think the side roof pitches, which actually feel okay to me, and they're accomplishing our height requirement with this side roof pitch. So I hesitate to tell them to go steeper with it, right? I think it can be done well in this style with revisiting the details, revisiting the overhangs, the brackets, the band, all of that, right? But I don't think the front roof pitches and the back roof pitch need to match it. I think they can use steeper roof pitches on the front and back when they revisit the massing, if they're trying to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. If you can go back to the front elevation, Christy. Not knowing what these pitches specifically are, they really might be closer to a 4, which would be probably too shallow for a typical craftsman gable. There is a version of these long, graceful craftsmans that are more of like a 5 or a 6. there's also a version of them that are more like an 8 or a 9, right? I mean, there's a big range, and there's a completely different massing and expression based on that decision. Christy, can you go to the image of the two houses next to each other with the connector? But to me, there's something strong about the relationship between the two porches here in the context. And so I don't object to the interpretation of it being this long, graceful interpretation. For me, it's the details of it that need a lot of work, particularly the massing of that dormer and the fenestration of that dormer. So I agree that the same guidelines need to be revisited. And the back as drawn is not working. But I don't actually think we need to give specific direction on the roof pitches because all of those things are interconnected. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Excuse me. This is small. There are 2 doors on this front elevation. Does that bother anyone else? No. Is there?
2 doors on the other house too.
In so many of these grand houses on East Boulevard, there's lots of doors.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Walker?
There's somewhere that explains where the first walkway is in terms of how far back it is from the front wall of the house. Seen that. I guess just as a comment, for me, I would be much more comfortable with there just being the rear 2-story walkway as opposed to both the front and I just feel like that front walkway is too close. Oh, they can't hardly hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
Will you
I'm
restate that?
sorry, I'll repeat what
Commissioner
I'm saying.
Walker, thank you.
I was just talking about the distance between the thermal wall of the new house and the first overpass. I haven't been able to find those numbers anywhere. And then my comment was I would be more comfortable were you to just have the one overpass, the 2-story one, the rear one, and not additionally the front overpass. It just seems like that's too close in terms of the complexity of form massing issue for the streetscape. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. All right. Yes, Christy.
Hi, I'm sorry. In looking at this, I realized there was a comment I probably should have made in my staff notes that I didn't. While they.
Will you speak up slightly? Yeah.
There's a comment that I should have made in my staff notes that I didn't, in listening today. And while they provided great information on how it connects to the new house, so they're not surprised when they come back, I would want to see the connection to the historic house and how that's going to work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thank you, Christy. Commissioner Heineman.
I feel like it's also worth mentioning that the threshold for historic tax credits and the way this works with the old house is really pretty low. And so the decisions they make about how it connects to the historic house next door could have beneficial tax implications.
Thank you. I'm sure they appreciate that. Okay. All right. Commissioner Barth.
I'll try to make a motion.
You'll get lots of friendly amendments, I'm
Maybe
sure.
help with citing guidelines. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following items, requesting that the applicant study the roof form and materials as it responds to the intended architectural style with regard to overhangs, bracket and trim details, and roof pitch.
That's 6.10.
6.10, I believe.
11.
6.11, I believe. 6.10 is numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. 6.11, number 1. I would also request that the applicant restudy the front dormer massing as it relates to the rest of the house, including its fenestration.
That's 6.10, number 2.
6.10, number 2.
And rhythm 6.12.
As well as rhythm, that'd be 6.12. Also requests that the applicant study the rear sleeping porch as inspired from the original structure to be less of a formal and asymmetrical element with regard to the rear elevation.
That's 6.14.
6.14.
I would point out number 3
Number
and
3.
number 2.
And number 2 for the applicant's reference,
6.5.
as well as 6.5. Okay. My next item referencing comments from the applicant would like to see window light patterns mimicking the original structure with potentially 8/1 or even 10/1 light configurations. And that is
6.12.
6.12 for windows.
We add consideration of different window types at small windows.
And would also request that the applicant study different window types for smaller window openings. Next, in reference to the 2-building connector, would request that the applicant study more of a light connector skywalk between both buildings, more in keeping with the style as presented from their precedent image. Requesting a 3-dimensional study of this connector piece as it relates to both buildings, including the historic one on the left. We would also like to see how this bridge connector attaches to the historic building and which sort of materials and window or door openings are impacted. Do we have a section for that?
Would that be Chabot, like, what is it, 2.5 or 2.3?
2.5.
Yeah.
So for details in reference to the connector piece, referencing State Historic Preservation Office Guidelines 2.5. I will also mention that we would like to see additional details in regard to trim, porch beam and columns, window mold conditions being greater than 6 inches or 6 inches or greater, for ganged windows, as well as eaves and cornices. That's my motion.
All right. Yes.
I'd like to add to work with staff on all site plan components
As an
and
amendment.
as an amendment, and to show the proposed in the Zoutwell streetscape.
Accepted.
Did we mention that we need to see the impact of the connector on the current historic home?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Heineman. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you so much. And now we are at a point for a break, a 10-minute break.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue with application item number 7 on our agenda, 1712 Wickford Place. So I'm looking for Craig and Mike. Craig Isaac, are you with us?
Craig's here.
Hi, Craig.
This is David. I'm taking place for Mike today.
Hi, David. Have you and Craig been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
All right, if you guys will raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this application is for siding replacement. This is an after the fact project. And that's why, staff can't approve it. Staff also, we can't approve more than like a quarter to a third replacement siding, because once you get that, it gets more in the total replacement arena. So we always send those to the commission. So since all the siding's been taken off and they're only keeping like 20% of it, it's here in front of the commission. Craig came into the project, a little after to help through the commission process. So, he's here guiding the applicants. And what the project is they're going to reinstall about 20% of the original siding, and then reside the rest of the house in wood to match the original. The only thing I probably didn't note in my staff report is that, the commission might want to consider the location of the original siding, like maybe that should be on the front, those types of things. But with that, I'm going to turn this over to the applicants, Craig and David. If you would state your names and your addresses and spell your last names, please, for the court reporter. And then I am on slide, I'm going to start on slide 4 for you.
Okay, Craig Isaac, it's Craig Isaac Architecture, 900 Linda Lane. That's Isaac, ISAAC. Charlotte. Go on.
I'm David, David, Kubicek, Kubick, and it's 383 Bent Creek Drive, Southwest Concord, North Carolina, 28027.
Okay. Yeah, we're on slide 4. I'll ban the slide presentation. Just let me know when you'd like me to move forward.
Perfect. Yeah, this is basically from the contractor that's going to be doing the work for the siding. Just basically states that we're going to replace 20% of the existing siding, which was pretty much not rotted and usable. And then we will replace the rest with the yellow pine lap siding, prime and painted to match the existing color. That's all that's on that slide. If you go to the next couple, this is basically what the home looked like beforehand, before the siding got taken off. You can scroll through all the before pictures. And that's an older photo right there. That's not that wasn't like right before. I think I got that off the like Google Maps. No. And then that's also another before picture of this. Really, that's the right side of the house. And then the last couple are of the back. And then a close up of the front, I believe. And then this was the current condition of the home right now. We ended up taking the siding off. We weren't aware of this being in a historic district. We're a rental company, and we don't really pay attention to all 3,000 homes that we have around Charlotte. We just thought this was, a home that doesn't have an HOA. The siding was in bad shape, so we just, approved it on our end to have the contractor take care of it. And we started the process, and then, of course, we got the letter to stop work on it. So now we're basically trying to do what we have to do to get this approved by you guys so we can move forward and not have the eyesore that is there currently. If you go to the next one. I believe that'll show you the other portions of the home. And then that slide, the next slide right there is basically the salvageable portion of the old siding. And then the next slide is what basically wasn't salvageable. It was basically rotted beyond repair. And then the last, I believe the next one's the last slide, is just the dimensions of what's there currently, which we would plan on basically matching the dimensions, everything painted to that the same color that's there, so that it looks as original as possible. That's pretty much the quick abbreviated version of that.
All right. Thank you, David. Yeah,
There's
Chrissy.
no one to speak for.
Okay,
against.
no one to speak for or against. Commissioners, questions of David and Craig? Yes, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, hi, I got a couple questions or comments. I mean, my first comment is not knowing that you're in a historic district, unacceptable. Based on the pictures you've provided, if the siding was still on the house, I would deny the application to replace the siding because I don't see any proof that the siding is that bad. I see some paint that could use to be repaired and maybe a couple runs of siding that should be replaced, but not the whole house. My question is 20%. Did you get to the 20% can be salvageable because that's all that's remaining and you threw everything else away? Or is that we took all the siding off gently and we deemed that 20% could be reused? That's my question.
I would tell you just from talking to the contractor is that they didn't have any concept of it being historic, and they just ripped the siding off. And so they did not try to take it off to protect it or anything. And they essentially destroyed most of the siding when they pulled it off. And when I got a call, they actually called me to say a neighbor was telling them they needed to stop and didn't know what that was all about. And I asked them where it was, and I said, well, it's a historic district. You can't take the siding off. And they said, well, it's already all off, and it's already destroyed. But I'll be honest, I completely agree that there is not evidence that the siding could have been repaired without having to replace everything. So they just didn't know. They had no clue.
Yeah.
And I think they were thinking it's easier to take it off, put up some hardy, paint it, and then not have to worry about it again. I really think that's what their rationale was.
Yeah, that's what I think too, Craig. And thanks for the explanation. I mean, at this point, it is what it is. It's incredibly unfortunate.
Right.
I don't know. No other questions. Thank you.
And do note that it is 1/2 inch, basically 1x6, it's only 1/2 inch thick, not 3/4. But it's not beveled, it's just flat board. So with that, at least I'd like to say it's easier to get replaced, to be very similar to what was there.
Craig, you're breaking up a little. So we didn't get that last statement.
I was just saying that it's 1/2 inch by 5.5, so it's basically a very light 1x6. It's flat, it's not tapered, or a beveled siding. So it's material that is fairly easy to find, I would like to think, and then to replace. Obviously, it's not of the same age, but I would think that it could get replaced, and very few people would be the wiser that it was ever done.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Bonaparte and then over to you, Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, and I just heard Craig just mentioned the replacement wood. Just wondering if a sample of some sort could be presented to either us or staff. Because usually I think we require that, or we request that of applicants to ensure that it's true.
I would expect that, absolutely, yes.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Heineman?
It seems from the application that we're also talking about replacing all window and door trim and corner boards as well. Was that
It, that's a good question. I'm not sure if the trim has been saved or not from, some of it's there, some isn't. I know the windows are not original. They had been replaced at some point. But yeah, the corner boards are all gone. So I would be looking to replace everything back the way it was originally.
So I think the management company, is that the applicant? The management company?
Yes. Yes.
I'll reiterate what Commissioner Henningsen said. It would be nearly impossible to procure or manage property in any of these districts and claim that you didn't know it was in a district. I think the management company is going to need to provide corner board and window and door trim details because the existing details are fairly substantial in nature based on the photos, and we would expect that to be matched. We're looking at slide 11 right now for the relationships at the heads, jam sills, and the depth relative to the double lap on the siding.
You're looking at 5/4 board and your heavy sill, if the sill's been destroyed, and the extra little crown at the top.
Hey, Craig, we can't hear you, so we need to be able to hear you.
I would add that I will commend the applicant for hiring Craig because he certainly knows how to help them navigate this.
Yeah, I was saying that the heavy 5/4 trim, not just a 3/4 board, is it's definitely proud of the siding. And then the extra drip cap at the head and that kind of detail. I mean, that I would expect that we would reproduce. And ideally, those sills are still in good shape. But if not, then we're rebuilding the sills.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
I'm wondering if the 5/4 board is sufficient to stand proud of the siding.
I mean, I think it's minimally 5/4 is what's there, what would be there, I would think.
Okay. Christy?
We have had an unknown caller join, so I thought maybe we should recognize them.
Mm-hmm. Please.
Hello, if you have called in, can you just please let us know your name or if you want to talk about 1712 Wickford Place? Okay, I
Okay.
take that as a no.
All right. So do we have any additional questions of Craig and David? Or David? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Bonaparte, why don't you take the lead on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Commissioner Henningsen and Hyman said what they said, particularly Henningsen, because I was confused at first. I was wondering if it had already been reinstalled, but clearly saying the 20% could be reinstalled, as I think Christy mentioned, having that salvaged wood go in the front on the primary elevation, I think would be ideal. But that's, I think those are my initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Henningsen.
I mean, we have so many houses that come up for demolition. Christy, can we say, go find some salvage siding that meets the same dimension of what was removed?
We might be able to connect them with 328 Rensselaer that we're hearing later. We can certainly ask or, yeah.
Because again, I was just looking up tax records. The ownership company has owned that house for 10 years. And there have been enough writings and mailings and notifications that you are in a historic district, newsletters. So they should know. And I mean, for people to claim that they don't know and they do a project that they want to do and there's no recourse, I have a problem with. So if I were making a motion, I know we're not quite there yet, I would deny, but I know we're not there yet.
We're not rewarding bad behavior. That's what you're saying. Yep. If anyone does not have, if we don't have anything new to say, then I do think that we're at the point of making a motion, Commissioner Henningsen. All right. We are closed. Yeah. Oh, sure. Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
did you have, your hand was up?
Oh, I forgot to put it down. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Henningsen.
So I would like to make a motion to deny this application to replace the existing historic siding because the applicant hasn't shown that the existing historic siding is beyond repair. And per our standards for building materials and wood, standard 5.2, number 3, repair rotted and missing sections rather than replacing the entire element. And number 7, replaced wood elements only when they were rotted and beyond repair. And by the Secretary of Interior standards, page 2.5.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Motion made by PJ, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? I do have one question. I know that we don't want to reward bad behavior. Do we want the property to sit there in its current state? Because I do believe that our job is to also preserve the building.
Yeah, it's kind of that what do we do thing. Christy, I know this isn't the first time. I know this isn't the first time. What have we done in the past in this scenario? Or maybe it is the first
I
time.
mean, I can't remember this level
Okay.
of siding. Can you remember one, Commissioner Heineman?
I was just going to ask if they come back with a solution such as procuring salvage siding.
Yeah.
That is a completely different application, correct?
It is.
And would not be subject to the rather stiff consequences of a denial because it would be completely different application? Or would it be?
No denials. You can't come back with a new application for 2 months. I mean,
Can we vote to bypass that should they come up with a viable solution?
you can vote to continue this and ask them for a viable solution. If they don't come back with it, you're going to deny it.
I'm in that camp because I understand wanting to send a message, but not at the sake of the house.
Are we allowed to ask if there are people living in this house and if they're being actively displaced?
That's not our.
We are not allowed to ask that.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The house is naked.
It's trapped.
And elements.
So, all right, so I've got a motion to deny on. A motion to continue would help solve so what comes next. But since we have a motion, it's been seconded.
We need a substitute motion to continue.
Okay.
And you can add something to it, to Kim's point, that you need to really beef up the protection of these exterior walls in the interim.
Okay.
So who wants to make a substitute motion?
I just wanted to add one comment. I think it's going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to find siding of those dimensions and in quality condition because, a demo process, usually materials like that are pretty much destroyed. And there's a couple of photographs too here showing, what happens when siding is ripped off. I think it's going to be really difficult.
I don't see how we penalize the applicant without also hurting the house.
At the very minimum, I believe someone mentioned they haven't provided a product. I believe it was Commissioner Bonaparte maybe,
Yeah.
that is going to be replaced. And that's
Yeah.
usually a requirement.
Yeah, I think the alternative, we could continue and ask them to bring the product back and confirm where they're gonna put the salvaged wood.
Could we get Commissioner Bonaparte, do you mind making a substitute motion?
Not at all.
Okay.
I
And
move.
just to confirm, we don't have to do anything with Commissioner Henningson's motion. It's just Commissioner Sanchez Myers. We don't have to do anything with Commissioner Henningson's motion. We just have Commissioner Bonaparte put her motion on top of it, correct?
She's offering a substitute.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Can I
Thank you.
add something? I'd like to add something really quick.
Sure.
I think Phil's right. It's going to be very difficult to find that siding, although that siding could be run out of salvaged or reclaimed material and of the same vintage that would make a big difference in the quality and appearance in the match.
Okay. So maybe we add that as a stipulation. Yes, Commissioner Henningson is saying yes. So it splits the difference between denial and giving them what they ask for, right? So Commissioner Bonaparte, will you accept that as a friendly amendment to your not yet made motion?
Yep, just help me out as I go. Yes, I
Okay,
will.
Commissioner Whitlock's going to jump in.
Okay. I'd like to make a substitute motion to continue this application based on the applicants bringing forth wood material samples to replace the wood siding at this location based on standards 5.2.
Okay. And Commissioner Whitlock, will you share with all of us again what you said about a substitute, about what we could do?
I think the options would be, one, if it was by any chance they could find the salvage material somewhere, that would be worth considering, or if not, find reclaimed pine material of the same vintage to have the siding and the trim run to match.
Okay.
Accepted.
All right. Do you want to restate it? Okay. All right. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by.
Second.
I'll give it to Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any further? Yes.
I would just like to reiterate that the operative words in this motion for me are of the same vintage.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Henningson.
And just continuing to discuss, the applicant needs to do their due diligence to seriously look for vintage siding and not just call one person and strike out. Because we've seen this with windows where, people have gotten, a window salesperson to say windows were beyond repair. I want to see proof that great lengths have been gone to look for replacement, same vintage siding.
All caps, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Noted.
All right, let's vote. Oh, one more, Commissioner Barth.
I believe Commissioner Heineman brought this up, but do we also need to see corner board details, window trim, door trim, sill details for what they're replacing it with?
Is that a friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment, please.
Accepted.
Okay. And you're still good with that, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Any further discussion or friendly amendments? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin. Let the record show Commissioner Murin is
Yes.
no.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find the unmute.
Okay. Let the record show Commissioner Murin could not find his mute. Commissioner Murin, one more time, please, sir.
Yes, sorry about that.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you. Thanks, Craig.
This is Christy. For the applicant's benefit, staff maintains a list of professional trades. There are 2 reclaimed materials companies on that list. That might be a good starting point. And should they find others, we would be certainly glad to add those to the list as well. Yes,
If Old Town Salvage out of Asheville is not on your list, I would add them.
thank you.
And can I ask just one question? Is this going back through full commission to approve the product, or can staff approve it?
It's continued, so yes, Craig, it comes back to us.
Okay,
All right. Yeah,
thank you.
okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, we are moving right along to our next application, which is 629 South Summit Avenue. Benjamin, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Wonderful.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we're going to do that first.
All right, Benjamin, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this is also an after the fact application. The commission will remember that they approved a rear addition back around 2017, 2018. Oh, 2019. It's attached. And there was no mention of the front porch on the addition project. But in the process of doing the addition and repairs to the house, the applicant has added bluestone to the top of the original concrete on the front porch floor and the steps. And so he's here asking to keep it. Again, you have to look at this application as if it's not been done yet, just like you did the last one. So I'm going to turn it over to Benjamin. We have a lot of pictures in the presentation, and he also submitted some additional photos that I will pull up as part of the agenda supplement. So Benjamin, if you would state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Benjamin, last name is Helbine, H-E-L, B like Bravo, E-I, N like November.
I am on slide 5, which shows the original pictures, the existing conditions of your house from your 2019 application. And if you want to just walk us through your presentation and then let me know when you want me to switch over to the new pictures.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Christy. Yeah, so as I said, my name is Benjamin Helbine. I want to thank y'all for your time and this opportunity to explain the reasons for choosing bluestone for our front porch. I want to first apologize for having to use everyone's valuable time to review this. I promise you, I've been a resident of Wesley Heights and 629 South Summit for 12 years. It was never our intention to do this without your approval. I don't offer this as an excuse, only an explanation to let you know this is the first house I ever owned. I was overwhelmed, and it was certainly my error. I just didn't know. I didn't realize that we had not included bluestone in the original presentation for the front porch. For that, I'm sorry. But we believe we have rehabilitated our front porch without damaging any historically significant materials, features, or finishes. I've attached several photos of the condition of the porch that fortunately I was able to find. Christy, if you could scroll down a little, please? And can you scroll down a couple more? Those are some close-ups we can look at now or later, but. Yeah, these were just other ones in the neighborhood that I had taken pictures of. Do you have those original pictures, Christy? I think they're further down in the present. Yeah, one or two more pictures down. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, like I said, I was incredibly fortunate to even find these pictures. But you know, there's multiple places where the concrete's crumbling, the bricks were broken, and concrete was cracked. And you can, it's hard to tell in those pictures, but it shows a little bit of some of the slope in those pictures. Christy, if you can scroll down to the next one, please. And this was a close-up of where the previous owner this was on the deck of the porch where he had just tried to fix some of the slope where it obviously it wasn't bonding. And that, again, like I said, that was where he was just looked like where he was trying to level it out. If you could go to the next one, Christy, please. And so that's the one on the left is Murphy. And I don't know, Christy, do you have the ability to focus in on that so they can see some more of the kind of the cracks and some of the. Yeah, so see, like if you look over to the front step where it's discolored, that was a previous repair that was done at the suggestion of my inspector when I was going to buy the home, as well as my insurance company, who said that we needed that the repairs had to be made to that loose concrete and the bricks to eliminate any potential injury liabilities. The uneven terrain was always an issue and fear that someone would get hurt. The picture on the right is Lola, but they're just, you can see in the corner, there's just more cracks and broken concrete. But, and so when we started to do this project, we were doing our due diligence, you know, coming up with creative ideas and a vision for our project. And so we canvassed Wesley Heights, Wilmore, and Dilworth neighborhoods and concluded that many homes have stone walkways and porches, or bluestone walkways and porches. Slate's a natural product that's indigenous to North Carolina that lasts a lifetime, and therefore is an upgrade from concrete, which obviously, as you can see in the pictures, and you know, it cracks, chips, crumbles, and requires far more maintenance over time. In fact, natural slate and bluestone was a historic precedent in Dilworth. And forgive me for probably if I don't pronounce this correctly, but the Gaudier Gilchrist home in Dilworth at 320 East Park Avenue has slate sidewalks, and it, like our home, is also on the National Historic Registry. I know a slate sidewalk was approved for 328 East Park Avenue by the Historic Commission back in '94. We're only asking for approval for our porch. And Christy, if you can scroll up, I think, or scroll down two more pics, please. Or you can, yeah, there you go. I think it was, yeah, thank you. And so yeah, so that's a pic. It's the house is elevated. The porch is elevated from the ground 4 feet. And so you can't even see the porch. In this picture right here, obviously you can see the steps, but that's the view from the sidewalk. And Christy, if you can go down, I think to pic 9. Yeah, that's the view from the sidewalk across the street. And so, you know, I just put those in. I know they're not great pictures. I wish they were better, but I wanted to hopefully illustrate how non-invasive the gray and blue stone slate is, and just how it blends in. It's our belief that by covering the crack and crumbled concrete and eliminating the trip hazards, as well as leveling the porch, we've made it much safer, more visually desirable without destroying any historical charm or materials that characterize our property. It is our hope that based on this presentation, you will allow for this minor exception. I thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions as best I can.
All right, thanks, Benjamin. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No new callers.
Okay. All right, commissioners, questions of Mr. Helbine? All right, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes, Benjamin, are you certain that the original porch was concrete?
I am not. I do not know. I know that it had that, like I looked, but it was fruitless. I figured maybe y'all might know better. I looked forever online at porches of historic bungalow porches just to see if I could find some that, may reflect that grid pattern. But I wasn't able to find it. I don't know to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Okay. All right, any other questions of Benjamin? Commissioner Heineman?
Christy, can you go to slide 9? I must not be on 9.
This is a supplement.
Oh, thank
So,
you.
I can go back to the original presentation. Right here, slide 9.
Can you zoom in on the joint between the porch floor and the house? Benjamin, is the porch floor, is it grouted directly against the siding? Can you tell us?
I'm not. I'll answer this as best I can.
Sure.
I believe the answer is yes. There was some gap there, when we started the project where it somewhat just shifted and settled over time. And so I guess they grouted that. And what our builder said was that, and you can see it, I don't know, Christy, maybe if we go down to some of those supplement pictures that show maybe pictures 3 and 4 of the supplement.
I think it's
There you
slide
go.
11 in the supplement. If you can zoom in on the joint between the house and the porch on the supplement, yeah. Okay, sorry, Benjamin, I did not mean to interrupt you.
No, that's quite all right. I think what our builder said was that, and Christy, if you can zoom out, and I don't claim to be a builder, but what he had said was that the decking was really a 2-inch slab and what they call a rat slab. And he said that, or I think that was the language he used. And he said that there's a bad practice to feather in concrete or to lay another level of concrete on top of the concrete. And he thought that the best option, that it made the most sense, was to simply lay a layer of mortar and cover it with stone, which was what we wanted to do anyways, but they just said it didn't, from a repair standpoint.
Okay.
And like I said, you can't see it from the street because the porch is hidden. I know that doesn't, but
All right, do we have any further questions of Benjamin before we close? All right, so we will now close for deliberation. Thoughts?
I think in the staff notes, there's a lot of examples of people that have done the same thing without an application.
And the staff also has notes about which ones were done before it was historic, which ones were done despite the fact that it's historic. I mean, they didn't put notes saying that people did this and it's okay.
Does it specifically say in our guidelines that bluestone is not an approved material?
No.
I thought it did.
The
new guidelines?
The new ones, this is under the old.
Okay.
It was denied last month, but the difference is last month the porch was totally visible. So this is a bit of a different scenario.
Okay.
If I could add another difference too is, if I remember right, that other project had terracotta tiles, vastly superior to concrete. And it was really proposal was for a like for like in terms of quality and cost.
And with the old guidelines, do you recall if we've approved a bluestone porch? I know we had, I don't remember seeing an application for bluestone. I remember we had, in Wilmore, there was an application, but I think that was like brick face. That got denied.
There was one, Angie Lauer brought it forward. I can't remember the street, but it's a little 1940s cottage and they wanted bluestone and you said no.
Okay.
That they could have in the backyard, but not the front yard, that they needed to go back. But again, the difference was it was a open patio. It wasn't a covered front porch. And I do think this material here is clearly a later addition. These concrete tiles, like those aren't original.
Those are unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, has anybody seen this before? I've never seen.
Is that a concrete tile or scoring, brick,
Yeah, that's
concrete scoring?
To me.
Scoring, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's scored versus
Yeah.
individual tiles.
Yeah.
But regardless, the concrete porches that we see are usually 4 inches thick or have a 4-inch row lock around them. We don't typically see this 2-inch concrete condition. And the applicant's explanation of their discussion with their contractor about that was actually quite helpful.
So I think I'm hearing that maybe there's a theory that the concrete block porch was not original. So if it's not original, then the question really is bluestone, you don't have an original porch. Is bluestone a material we're comfortable approving to go on there? And I think we're still open. Sorry.
No, we're not.
We're not? Okay. Sorry again.
Christy, can you go to the application slide 8? To me, what really sticks out about this is that the thin edges. That just wouldn't be a historic.
You mean versus treads, like.
Yes, I agree. I think it's the thin edges, it's the stone risers and the random pattern all don't make sense. I would see a brick riser, a brick roll-lock, and at least a rectangular pattern.
Okay. And we have guidelines, standards. 4.8, 1 through 7. The ones that speak directly to this would be 2 and 3. Commissioner Heineman.
I'll preface this by saying I have some reservations about the stone material being grouted directly against the siding without any sort of an expansion joint. There certainly were indications from the historic photos that there was a separation of materials that was probably a more sustainable detail for the historic house. That being said, what is different to me about this application is that most of the porch floor is not visible from the public right of way. And our role as a commission is to preserve the characteristics of the district as visible from the public right of way. And so I could potentially be in favor of fixing the porch edge and stairs.
That sounds like a motion, Commissioner Heineman. Let's see what happens.
If I were to craft this motion, I would need to lean heavily on Commissioners Whitlock and Goodwin because I do not know how the edge of the porch would be repaired.
Before you put the motion out, why don't we ask Commissioners Goodwin and Whitlock what their thoughts are?
Yeah, oftentimes what you can do in this case is you could go and you could, let's say if you wanted to have, if those are 12-inch treads, you could, you would have to do some cutting and put some thicker, perhaps 2-inch thick treads and replace the thin ones. You'd have to lower the surface, and that can be done. And then up at the top, you could just cut a straight line and then have what appears to be a tread as when you step up onto the porch level. It would look like another tread, and that way you would get a thicker appearance of the stone at the edges.
So I'm going to
I'm
repeat.
sorry, can I, this Benjamin, is it okay to jump in for a quick second?
No, Benjamin, we're closed, but we can reopen. All right, so we will reopen and please.
Okay, I'm
What
sorry.
you'd like.
Thank you. I apologize I didn't mean to jump out of line. And I may not be understanding what you guys are hinting at, but those steps, and I apologize, but those steps, we just covered the steps that were the existing steps. So we didn't destroy the concrete steps that were there. Those are the steps and the depths of each step. And there's some prior pictures that reflect that. If that, I may have misunderstood, but if there was confusion or wanting to change the steps, those are the steps and the depths at which they were. And you can see that in some of the other pictures. We just covered the concrete.
All right, Commissioner Heineman.
Benjamin, I totally appreciate where you're coming from as a property owner, and I know that there are some tradespeople who do this practice, but it is prohibited in the historic district and by the building code. It's not considered an acceptable practice. It changes the riser heights of your stairs in such a manner that they are considered dangerous by the building code, and it does create the problem that we're talking about right now, which is the thinness of the material that's covering the historic concrete steps in a manner that would not be historically appropriate. I appreciate what you're saying, but it is specifically prohibited for those reasons.
Okay, I'm confused. I'm sorry, but that's okay. You guys, I don't know that we changed the depth or the heights of the step. I guess I understand, but that bluestone, it's not even 2 inches thick that are sitting on those steps. I mean, it is thin. You can see it. So I understand if you're saying that we changed it by laying that on top of the concrete, but we're not even talking 2 inches of thickness or, so.
All right, sir. Benjamin, we're gonna reclose at this point.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to say before we do?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, oh, we have a question for you, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking, you need to keep the riser height consistent. And so it would require, probably cutting the top of the steps down to accommodate a thicker stone for the treads. And that can be done. Those steps could be curve cut and knocked back in elevation. It's fairly labor intensive, but you don't have that many steps, and it could be done.
All right, Benjamin. Okay, Commissioner Henningsen?
Ben, would you be open to, if the commission was reverting the steps back to concrete? That may be the easiest thing.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'll do what we need to. I'm here to be a team player. I'm not here to puff out my chest or anything. I love this neighborhood. I love the historic part of the neighborhood and what keeps it what it is. It's hard as a resident, and I understand why we're here, and that is my fault. But it's hard when I see steps like this on my street, and it's okay for other folks because they didn't ask, and then I'm trying to do something, and it's difficult. It's just difficult. I mean, there's multiple steps like this in our neighborhood, and I understand they didn't have permission, but it's hard to have to take on excessive costs when other folks are doing it, and we're trying to do it the right way and trying to get your approval. And you can see from the street, you can't, and I know it doesn't matter, but you can't even, from the street, you can't even see the steps. They look gray from the street, like the gray concrete. The only difference is the steps aren't rounded, and obviously it's slate or bluestone. But I'd like not to have to take on another large bill if possible.
All right, Mr. Helbine, we completely understand the frustration. So we're going to try and be helpful.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
So let's reclose. And Jessica, you were in the middle of, well, with the help of Commissioners Goodwin and Whitlock, making a motion.
So I wanted to repeat back to Commissioner Goodwin to be sure that I understood that the edge of the porch, independent of the stairs, the edge of the porch could be saw cut along the edge to create either a stone tread of a 2-inch thickness or a brick rowlock, both of which would be historically appropriate. Well, the stone tread would have a thickness that was more appropriate. The brick rowlock probably would be historically appropriate for this house. And then the steps themselves could be rebuilt in either a brick with a stone tread or a brick rowlock or concrete. Is that, am I understanding it correctly?
So if you have 2-inch thick treads, working your way up on the steps, and then you get to the final riser, are you suggesting that you could do a brick rowlock there to hide that existing edge?
I think that is to my mind, I'm really trying hard to find a path forward for this applicant that does not involve tearing up the entire front porch. None of us want that, right? So I'd like to say, we're all really trying to be team players here too.
Can I add something? I think since they raised that porch level, I think everything's been raised so that and if you look at the risers, they're close to uniform, but and they're not exactly uniform. I don't know if they were inspected, but I think doing anything that's not a cladding just the same size as that, if you're not replacing the floor, you're kind of stuck with what you got. One thing I would note, just a safety issue, is that first tread as you're coming down is short, and that creates a safety issue there, that little gap where someone could step down into that gap. But yeah, it would be, unless you're rebuilding those stairs, you're almost left, or taking the surface off of the porch. I think you're kind of stuck with cladding the concrete.
I know that we're trying to be helpful. We really do have to make a motion and move on.
Sorry, this one's really hard and I don't know the best way forward. So I don't know if this would pass or not, but I will attempt to craft a motion
Thank you, Commissioner Heineman.
to help me here. If we propose solutions, is that an approval with conditions? Okay. To approve with conditions. To cut back the edge of the porch. And install 2-inch thick stone or a 4-inch thick brick rowlock. And to rebuild the stairs. 2-inch thick stone treads. Or rowlock brick. Or concrete.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion?
Do we need to reference
guideline.
riser consistency, or, sorry, maybe that too?
Yeah.
Do we need to reference riser consistency, or is that more of a code building standards issue?
I mean, I think I don't know how to handle that because that's definitely building standards, but this is likely to happen without a permit, right? In reality. But I think you're right. I mean, I think that it's not safe. We have to go on record that the risers have to be consistent.
And we need a standard to justify our motion.
4.8.
4.8, number what?
4.8 numbers 2 and 3.
Are those the ones with? I think.
Maybe
Scratch
there's
that.
something in materials. Hold on a second.
Might be a stretch. This could be a stretch, but 8.2, number 2. Walks and walkways that are visible from the street. Well, that's for new construction, it says. Should follow the historic design precedents of their surrounding environment.
I like that one. What is it?
8.2, number 2.
8.2, number 2, and I'm,
That's for sidewalks and parking.
oh, sorry.
So
And it's in new construction.
Okay.
So hold on, so what about 5.5?
Yeah, I'm looking in 5.5.
you could also look into the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Ah, yeah, Secretary of the Interior, number 3.
Number 6. Number 9.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I'll stick with those. Yeah, design, color, texture, and visual qualities.
What number is that? Number 9?
Number 6.
6.
And number 9 has the new work compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity. And I think what we're talking about is the massing, size, scale for the historic integrity. So, yeah, my guidelines will be the Secretary of the Interior standards, numbers 3, 6, and 9.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger, still good with that? Yes. Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? All right. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0.
Can I just share that it's different from past applications because it's not an original porch floor and it's not visible from the street? And those are 2 main points that the commission deliberated on, just for the purposes of the record.
I think that that's important. Thank you for saying that.
And but also, what about the other examples that have done something similar and we don't have an application for? Are we going to bring them? Are we going to bring them?
PJ, we get those all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
but that's kind of what I'm saying. Are we
Who's
going to
gonna-
see them?
Cindy, you gonna do that?
We're going to see them sometime in the near future.
Well, one of them was under the same guidelines.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ones that weren't, you know, to Benjamin's point, like we depend, these are big districts. We depend on the neighbors to share when things are going on that shouldn't be, so that everyone is treated equally. And so, you know, we do have an obligation to follow up on some of these.
I hope we do
reports.
that on all the painted brick that comes before us too.
I'd also like to add one thing that makes this different, is that this was a project that we approved with the COA, and when Christie issues the COA, there is a lengthy paragraph about how easy it is to contact her about changes to avoid costly repairs.
Mhm.
Great
We-
to put that on record.
We do
Yeah.
final inspections, and this was Cindy did the final inspection on the COA, and that's when we found so,
Yeah.
you know, it's part of our process, and that's why. you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you, Benjamin.
534 West Kingston Avenue. I am looking for Daniel Wade.
I am here.
Hi, Daniel. Yes, loud and clear. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
Hi, Daniel. Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this application is for, to paint a previously unpainted brick house to blend areas of overpaint and splatter. from repairs by a previous owner. So again, like the last two applications, this is an after the fact review. The commission should review the project as if it has not happened yet. So Daniel, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter. And then I am on slide number 3.
Yes, I'm Daniel Wade. My address is 534 West Kingston Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. I am really thankful for all of your time. The reason I'm here before you is I got some very bad advice from a general contractor who I recognize it's my responsibility to do my due diligence, and I did not do that. But I was told that painting is not something I need to worry about. It's not a structural change. I was aware that I'm in the Wilmore Historic District, but just did not do the due diligence to look into the standards for the project we were undertaking. So I apologize for that oversight, and I'm looking forward to finding a resolution that gets us in compliance. So I purchased this home about 3 years ago now, and we had many areas of uneven wear. If we can go to slide 4, please. Unfortunately, because this project has already been completed, I don't have very many very good high definition images of the uneven wear, but you can see here, this is from a Google Docs or Google Maps image. On the lower left below the large bay window, an area of uneven wear. You can see a second large area of uneven wear in between the front door and the right window. And again, on the very far right bottom corner of the house. What is not easily visible in this photo is paint overspray and splatter. Some of it's behind the shutters. You can see a little bit on the left shutter of the house, and then smaller bits of splatter were visible kind of all over all of the trim. So if we can move on to the next slide, Christy. If we can zoom in on that left image, especially on the bottom area, you can see some areas of splatter in addition to the uneven wear on the right side. And that follows all the way to the very left of that image. If we can zoom kind of in between the front door right there. Moving on to the image on the right. Some more uneven wear on the right side of the home, and you can kind of see a little bit more splatter just to the right of that vine that's crawling up there. Chrissy, can we move to the next slide again, please? This is the, on the left, we're looking at the left side of the home. Again, we're seeing some signs of uneven wear on the side of the home, and then also along that brick retaining wall. And this is just a slightly more zoomed in image that I was able to pull on the right with some more splatter being shown. The lighting's not great, but you can see some in the upper left area of that photo, as well as on the far right. I think we can move to the next slide. This is some areas of the retaining wall that needed repair. We did our best to match the mortar as existing while we were repairing those bricks and match the brick, but unfortunately I do not have after photos of that. The matching job was fairly well, but just the amount of wear and discoloration from the existing grout definitely made a difference from the new grout. This is a receipt from our contractor. We tried to do a relatively low pressure wash to not damage the brick or but to just try to rinse away some of the old paint splatter and maybe clean away some of the light dirt and restore, a more even look to the brick. This was unsuccessful. It really made very little difference to the overall look of the house from the pictures that we've already seen. This is just a context photo. This is actually a painted brick house directly adjacent to our property. And then these were just other historic Wilmore houses that are a similar bluish gray type color to the paint that we ended up selecting for the project. And this is the current home as it sits now. I think that concludes the slideshow here. And I would like to open it up for any questions.
All right, thanks, Daniel. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
We have 2 unknown callers. If you have called in, could you just let us know if you want to speak on this application or a different application?
I'll be speaking on a different application.
Okay. Can you tell me which one?
00122.
Oh, is this still Mike?
No.
No, okay. Well, welcome. We'll get to that one very shortly. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, back to you, Kim.
All right, thank you. Commissioners? Questions of the applicant? Yeah, Commissioner Henningsen?
Daniel, when you bought in 2019, did you realize that you lived in a historic district that had a lengthy set of guidelines and standards that governed everything from the exterior?
Yes, I did.
And have you read the guidelines?
I have not read the guidelines in their entirety, no.
Okay. Your neighbor on the right side, that house was painted before Wilmore's historic. So that's a bad example to justify. I mean, Wilmore's only been, hasn't been historic. It's only been historic for about 12 years.
I'm sorry, I was not aware of that.
Did you also know that by painting brick, you're causing irreversible damage to that actual brick? And in addition to damaging the brick, once you paint something, you're going to have to shell out cash every X number of years to repaint it.
I understand that.
Yeah, painting brick is bad. But the good news is we have solutions to help you unpaint that brick. But we can cover that later. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Anyone else? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, hey, Daniel, just a quick question. You mentioned several times, excuse me, uneven wear of the brick. Can you just, I'm not sure what that means, uneven wear. The brick doesn't really wear that I'm aware of.
I guess it's more the mortar and just discoloration. Some sections of brick were discoloring in a different way. It didn't look very even.
Okay, so the basis for you wanted to paint it because of the paint splattering and discoloration then?
That's right.
Yes.
Anyone else, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Lineberger, I'll kick it over to you to lead us off in this one.
Well, in addition to what PJ, his comments that he already made, I would also add that the other examples of painted context subjects were wood siding, so they're kind of irrelevant to this being brick. Just wanted to put that out there. And I also know that we did approve painting sometime in the last year, painting brick for a project that had quite a few issues, disparate parts, quite a few issues. That's the only one I could recall when I was reviewing this. So I don't think that this has anywhere near the issues that that one that we did approve had. So I lean towards denial for this.
Okay. Yes. So, does anyone have anything that has not already been stated to add to this conversation? Commissioner Lineberger, do you mind floating a motion? Sure.
I make a motion to deny the application because it is incongruous per standards for masonry 5.5 and paint 5.8. And that the applicant will consult with HDC staff for appropriate methods and products for paint removal.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. I knew he was going to get it on there on that one. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. You were close. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heidman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0. All right, so we are going to take a moment, a little break, a 10-minute break, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe, how about 8 minutes? Back at 6 o'clock on the dot?
6 o'clock on the dot.
Okay. We're muted. Sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I forgot to unmute us. Okay, we're back. For the people in the room, you're gonna have to listen to this again. Chairwoman Parati has stepped away from the meeting. Commissioner Mern has left the meeting. We are starting now with Vice Chair Henningsen running the meetings, and we're gonna start, we have 4 demolitions to hear. We're gonna start with 1512 to 1514 Southwood. John Lambert, are you with us?
There we are. Yes.
Hi, there you are. And then I would ask that if Tim Finan and the applicants for 1501 and 306 North Graham, if you are on the line or in the room, if you would please pay attention to this next part and be sworn in as well. So, PJ?
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. The next application is 1512, 1514 Southwood. They have presented photos, details of the project, plans, and we have a site plan. And the project is full demolition of both buildings. There are 2 buildings on site. One is a 1-story bungalow and one is a 2-story commercial building. That's brick in the front, and it is actually a very long building. You can see the original 2-story brick section up here, and then a much extended concrete block addition. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John. John, feel free to explain the project any further, but demolitions are pretty straightforward here with the commission.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be overly verbose. Y'all have had a long day already. I think the request is pretty clear. These buildings are functionally obsolescent. There's a lot of settling on my site, as is apparent in this photo that you see there. That settling is throughout both buildings with structural cracks throughout. Again, I'm not going to be overly verbose. I'll let the pictures kind of speak for themselves, and I'll stand by for questions from the board.
Thanks, John. I forgot to ask you to state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Of course, John Lambert, 1843 Thomas Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205.
I think we still have 2 unknown callers. We know one is calling in for number 12. If you've called in, can you let us know if you are speaking on this project? Okay. With that, back to you.
Back to me.
Christy, could you go to slide 16? I just wondered if the applicant could let us know if this is a function of the camera angle or if the brick building is in fact leaning in towards the wood building.
I think it's a mix of both. There is a slight lean. I think that camera does exaggerate it. It's easier to actually see from the inside than the outside. So a mix of both. Yes, there's a slight lean. It is exaggerated in this photo slightly.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Jess. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? No? All right, let's close for deliberations. All right, so commissioners, just to refresh your memory, demolitions, we've got 3 parts. Part 1, somebody will need to make a motion to vote on whether or not the application is complete. Second motion will be to vote on whether or not the building has got special significance And then third motion is to vote on when the demolition may occur. Okay. All right. With that said, any other discussion points on the motion? Any of our commissioners on the phone? Commissioner Bonaparte?
No discussion points, no.
Okay. All right, if no one has any concerns or discussion points on the motion, we're looking for someone to make a motion on whether or not the application is complete. I think Commissioner Barth is, no, maybe Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Walker.
I move that the application is complete.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Hinman. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 8-0 that the application is complete. Now we need to vote on whether or not this building has special significance. And just as a reminder, special significance means maybe it's listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places. Maybe it's built 50 years or older, the architectural style, any history that's associative, or designation of a local historic landmark. So any one of those would indicate and deem special significance. Commissioner Walker, would you like to make a motion? Wow. Man. Jess,
I move to determine that the buildings have special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Wilmore Local Historic District because of their year of construction.
okay. Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. I forgot discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. All right. There's a motion to approve that there's special significance because of the year of construction. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
And Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0 that the building has special significance. Now, our last and final motion is to vote on when the demolition may occur. So again, commissioners, if you are making this motion in your handy dandy cheat sheet, we have language to help you craft that motion. Again, you're voting to either provide a 365 stay of demolition or not. All right, commissioners, who would like to make this final motion?
Can we discuss first?
Yes, please.
Who has reservations about the damage to the CMU?
Meaning that the CMU cannot be repaired?
Meaning, does it pose a hazard?
Typically, we require a structural engineer's report if we're going to consider that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So that I'm understanding correctly. If the applicant wanted to remove the stay of demolition due to a public safety issue, they could bring a structural engineer's report to you and you could take care of that at the staff level.
Depending on what it says.
Correct.
And if so directed by the commission. or we would bring it back to the commission and you would remove the stay, I think would be the better
I think that's
thing.
correct. It comes back to the commission, but in a situation like that, you could consent.
We could put
agenda
it, yes.
Yeah, okay.
yes.
It doesn't need to wait okay.
Right, we can ensure it gets before you in a timely manner.
Thank you.
And just you're thinking about it causing imminent harm.
I'm remembering one on Mid Street from years and years ago that the city of Charlotte had to step in. That was a long time ago because the house was falling into the street. So I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measure drawings of the buildings to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Is there any discussion on the motion? Jess?
Just for the record say, if there is any concern about a hazardous condition, the applicant can bring a structural engineer's report to staff.
Okay. If that's a friendly amendment, Commissioner Limburger, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion points on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
All right. Motion to put a 365-day stay of demolition approved 8-0. Okay.
Okay, our next application is also demolition. It is 328 Rensselaer. Tim Finan, are you with us? Oops, wrong one.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Tim. Tim, were you just sworn
Hey.
in?
Yes, I was. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for that. This is for the demolition of 328 Rensselaer. It is a single-family building located at the corner of Rensselaer and Cleveland at the edge of the Dilworth Historic District, and full demolition is proposed. Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you if there's anything you'd like to add. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Tim Finan. My address is 826 Hawthorne Lane. We were approached by the owner of this property. Just recently, several of the properties around here have been rezoned to a Todd zoning classification, which allows for more of a mixed use. So he's done several projects in Charlotte. Likes to do these kinds of projects. He's more interesting projects, but he would like to do something a little bit bigger as far as having more like a 2-story option. And you see some of these around the corner from this. You'll see adjacent to this building, you'll see kind of the duplex-looking houses that are more historic. So he wants to go with something like that to put his own office in, and perhaps have a retail, maybe a little small coffee shop at the bottom level too. So it'll have kind of a mixed use component to it. And given the current footprint, not that it wouldn't be impossible, but it would just be it'd be more challenging to have a 2-story option with significant enough footprint or square footage to justify all that cost. So that's why he kind of got to a point where he thought it would be better to demolish it and put up a nicer new construction historic project. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. Do you need the last couple sentences? Okay. Hey, Tim, could you speak a little
Sure, did I talk too fast?
slower? A little slower for our court reporter. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Which part did you want to hear? I'm sorry.
Just the very end again.
Yeah.
Last
So
couple
basically, yeah, he wants to basically put up a nice place for the neighborhood with a mix of office and kind of a, restaurant pedestrian component to it, like coffee shop type component, and something similar to, the adjacent two-story structures in the district. And that's pretty much it. Was that too fast?
That was perfect.
Sorry.
All right, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak for or against this project?
We have 4 unknown callers. So if you are on the line and you are calling about 328 Rensselaer or another project, can you just let us know what project you're calling in for?
It's Larry Welsh. I'm listening to hear the Mint Street project.
Okay. Hi, Larry. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any of the other 3 callers? Going once, going twice. Okay, PJ, back to you.
All right, commissioners, any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I do. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is it Cameron Connor? Okay. Okay. I think Steve is calling in for not this project. He's for 306 North Graham. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Walker, did you have a question for the applicant?
Not so much for the applicant, but perhaps, Christy, I would like to ask you first. Given this is now in this new Todd zoned category, has the property owner been made aware of what the height restrictions will be, how that will be, so they're familiar with all that?
I have talked to Tim about the project and let him know that the height restrictions are based on the surrounding properties. There are some quads across the street that I think they are looking to as inspiration.
But I thought it was single family to single family.
Well, it depends on what they're putting back, right? So, we talked about the possibility of a second level addition, and I shared that that second story additions and, non-starter with the commission, that dormers or a little bit of height possibly, but, so that's all I really know. And it is my understanding from what Tim shared today that the TOD driver is largely the mixed use component that is driving this. And are we closed? We're closed. Tim, if you want to expand on that at all.
Yeah, like you said, basically, the Todd district is what kind of spawned this. So he'd like to do something that's a little more for the neighborhood and, provides a little bit of an amenity. So, he's looking for something smaller like a coffee shop, but also he'd like to put his office there as well. So he'll be a owner occupied. And he wants to do something, like you said, similar to the quads as far as the scale of the building. So it'll kind of blend with the single family around it.
Thanks. Commissioners, any other questions to the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberations. Again, commissioners, we have 3 sets of motions to make. I see Jill looking down here. Hey, Jill.
I'm ready to get
roll.
over this.
All right. So motion 1.
Motion 1, I move that this application is complete.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lindberger. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes. Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Great. Motion that the application is complete passes 8-0.
All right, then I will move that the building has special significance due to its architecture and its age.
Okay, architecture and age and special significance. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ooh,
I did.
yeah. Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. It was close. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes. Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 8-0 that the building has special significance. Last motion.
Yeah, I'll move to approve this request with a 365-day stay of demolition. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't,
On the back.
on the building, oh, all of that. I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion? Seconded by Commissioner Jess. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seconded by Commissioner Hinman. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes. Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0 for a stay of, 365-day stay of demolition.
This application is 1501 South Mint Street, and this is also demolition. There are 3 buildings on this property, so how, it's up to the commission how you want to handle it. If you want to look at all the buildings together like you did for 1512 to 1514, or if you'd like to look at them individually. And the same is true for our next case, number 13. So with that, we have some applicants with us in the room, and we have, I believe, some applicants joining us virtually as well. So would y'all want to speak? Okay. And everyone's been sworn in. So Stephen, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Trine Street in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are at the intersection of South Mint and Summit. There are 3 buildings on site that we are requesting, as we want to come back, and we went over this in a workshop with a significant development to honor the Gold District. The one on the corner has been renovated a bunch of times. I guess it was originally a gas station. You can see it's been changed quite a few times over the years. Get to the second one, I believe it was a fairly plain brick building. It's probably built in the 40s. Doesn't seem to be architecturally significant. And then the last one, they're all buildings that were built 40s, 50s, 60s, all industrial buildings. And they are, I guess, all the hell, I'm old, but I don't consider myself significant. So just because it's old, I'm not sure that I'm probably older than these damn buildings. So just to put you a point of view there. But anyway, we would like to request that they be demolished, just for the fact that we really do want to. It's exactly adjacent to one of the first gold mines and absolutely the last gold mine that closed in the 30s. And our new development really wants to honor that and be able to learn more about the gold history of Charlotte. And if we can have these buildings demolished, then that would certainly open the doors for the next phase. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Overcash.
Yes, we have callers. All right. If you've called in, we are on 1501 South Mint Street. I believe we have a couple people calling in for this project. Stephen, is that off? Okay, good. Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, may I ask who is speaking?
This is Max Reddick.
Hi,
And
Max.
it may not be the topic at hand today, but what's the intended use upon demolition or rebuild plans?
Sure. So we consider them two separate projects. They came to a workshop last fall for a mixed use. I can email you the plans that were presented, but what is under consideration today is just demolition.
Okay. Could you send me those plans, please?
Sure. Glad
It's
to.
It's Max Reddick, REDIC.
Have you been getting my emails? Updating you
I
about
don't
the
think so.
status? Okay.
No.
All right. And you have signed up for to speak, right?
No, I didn't plan on it, but it just came to me that I was just curious because it's
All right.
a couple doors down from where I have a house. So, okay.
Sure. Yeah, I think we
Thank
have your
you.
email address. Thanks, Max.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Going once, going twice?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Who is this?
My name is Adam Berg.
Hi, Adam. Have you been sworn in?
I paid attention earlier, yeah, when we did the whole group, the demolition group.
Okay, great.
Do you need me to provide anything to the court reporter or no?
Yeah, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may begin your comments.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. It's Adam Berg, B-U-R-G, 1517 Wilmore Drive. That was it, right? Do you need phone number or anything like that, or email, you said?
Oh, no, sir. I think we're good.
Okay. Yeah, no, just to the comments, specifically what Mr. Overcash said in terms of, so I want to speak in favor of the demolition, considering the fact that I've been a Wilmore resident for nearly 10 years, part of the Wilmore Neighborhood Association board for the majority of 8 years of that time, and never once has any of these three buildings come up in any conversation in terms of any kind of significance regarding any kind of historical use. So therefore, moving forward in terms of progress, honoring our history, honoring the Gold District, like Mr. Overcash said, this will be a great use of that space. And so therefore, I feel it's apropos to move forward with demolition so they can move forward with the project. And then when we talk about character in terms of age of buildings, I don't necessarily feel that needs to be a qualifier, just the age of the building. Let's look at what's being used, what's being proposed, and the fact that the character that's going to come forth with a great project honoring the Gold District is definitely going to enhance the character of the neighborhood. Also the location being in the corner of Summit and Mint, where, quite frankly, the city ends and the neighborhood begins. So having a great blended mix of a building that Mr. Overcash is presenting in the demo plans, because I have seen those, and I think that's going to be a great way to transition, not to mention right across from that corner where, I don't know, it's like 1500, I think, or 1503, 1501, or excuse me, it's like 1510, 1508, 1502, South Mint. It's a kind of a small multi-use building. Has a very similar blended character feel of industrial and historic and some natural wood, and a great way to blend as we come into this southern bungalow living that Wilmore embraces. So again, I think we would recapture that character in the proposed plan. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the phone that wishes to speak for or against this project? Okay, BJ, back to you.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right, no questions for the applicant. Let's close for deliberations. All right. What I would like to propose, commissioners, is that we vote, unless there's any objections, let's vote on all three buildings at once, since they're all, therefore all about the same age. Any objections to that? So we'll be voting on buildings 1, 2, and 3 in each motion. Seem fair? All right. All right, so the first motion will be, is the application complete for all three buildings? Who would like to make a motion?
This is staff. Can I just note for the record, I have the Zotwall surveys on order. They are just backlogged and they're not here yet. So that shouldn't be held against the applicant, but we'll make sure it makes it as part of the record.
Okay.
I'm expecting them in April.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make a motion to determine that this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Barth, would you like to add anything that the Zetwell surveys have been ordered and will be here in April?
Friendly amendment to my motion, requesting that the applicant follow through with staff on Zatwell survey documentation.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0 that the application is complete for all three buildings. Next, the next motion has to do on special significance. Commissioners, is there anyone that would like to make a motion?
I could make one.
All right, Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make a motion to determine that this building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the local district because of its year of construction.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All right, motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Walker that the three buildings have special significance. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes. Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0 that the three buildings have special significance. Last motion, third motion. Demolition.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Barth for a 365-day stay of demolition. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Walker. You were close, Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes. Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 8-0, placing a 365-day stay of demolition on the three buildings. Great, thank you.
Great. Our next application and our last one for demolition this evening is 306 North Graham Street and 420 West 6th Street.
So Christy, I'd like to welcome Commissioner Parati back.
Yes, welcome back. And I'd like to note that Commissioner Lindberger is leaving, recusing for this application due to a conflict of interest. So I have to be honest, I'm not sure who all is here for this application. I know Steve Lineberger was going to be here, Brittany Linz, perhaps. I don't know if Cameron. So if you're here for this application, can you just identify yourself and let me know?
Can you hear us? Yes, we are.
Yes, who's speaking?
Good. This is Steve Lineberger and Orlando Pizarro from Klein Design Associates here in Charlotte.
Great, welcome. Have y'all been sworn in?
We did raise our hand earlier, yes, but I don't think you heard us say I do.
Okay, great. And then I think I saw Cameron. Cameron, are you with us too?
Yeah, Christy. Hey, Cameron's here.
Hi, Cameron. Have you been sworn in?
I raised my hand also.
Great. Okay.
And that's it for our group. Brittany and Colin are not joining.
Cameron, we have some feedback from you. Can you just make sure your computer's muted maybe? Okay, so this is for demolition. Again, there are technically two buildings, but they're connected by this third section in the back at the corner of Graham and 4th. They're asking for demolition. We saw a pre-application for the proposed new construction during a workshop, and they're proposing to keep kind of this first quarter of 306 North Graham and integrate it into their new construction. So I believe they're asking for, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're asking for relief from the 90-day waiting period to present new construction plans based on the fact that you are maintaining a portion of one of the buildings. But I'll leave that to the applicants to verify. And if all the applicants one at a time would state your name and your address for the court reporter, if you would spell your name too, that would be extremely helpful. And then I'll start you off on slide 4.
All right, this is Steve. I'll go first. I'm Steve Lineberger, Lineberger. And our business address is 220 East Peterson Drive here in Charlotte.
Yes, Orlando Pizarro. Last name is P as in Peter, Izarro. First name is Orlando, like the city. 220 East Peterson Drive.
Cameron?
Cameron may totally unmuted.
Muted himself. Yeah.
Oh, Cameron, did you totally mute? We can't hear you. Oh.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, with feedback.
All right, I don't know what the feedback is.
If you would state your name and your address.
CameronConner, and it's 505 20th Street North, Birmingham, Alabama.
We're 505, what?
505 20th Street North, Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham. Okay, thank you. We have a court reporter, so just try and speak loud and clear for her, please. So do any of you want to add anything to what I've shared about the project?
I think you covered pretty well. Klein Design has joined the team fairly recently. We're boots on the ground here in Charlotte now. Very excited about this opportunity to work on an urban project, a mixed-use project, and one that does have a sort of a historic twist to it. So very excited when Connor brought this opportunity to us. As you described it, there are kind of 3 building forms on 2 parcels. It spans along Graham Street. The older building there in the upper left corner you see is, I think, 1928. The remainder of the U-shaped buildings are 1950s buildings, and from the looks of things, I've lived here 40-something years. Those back buildings have probably been changed and renovated, and probably regarded as insignificant architecture. So the plan, as you guys, and some of you guys, I think there's some new commissioners maybe have not seen, but regardless, the plan is to develop a mixed-use development. There's a page coming up, maybe the next one in plan, that you can see the orange color is where the existing front portion, a quarter or a third of that building, we are hoping to save. You can see, we are proposing to save. You can see there's little courtyard notches where those arrows are kind of pointing. So the concept is to try to give as much presence to that building as we can and still work it into, a larger development, which, as you can see, parking deck behind. So I think this is from the beginning, the developer's intent. Their early meetings with the neighborhoods have gone swimmingly well, with the idea of being able to save this front facade and turning the corner a little bit. I think in general, just to cut to the chase, I think we are ready to roll and get this into a design process with you guys and the neighbors. We'd love it to not have to have the 365-day delay. In conversations with Connor the other day, he has told us that they will not be demolishing the buildings until the construction is ready to begin. So we've got, design phases, production drawing phases, permitting. So many months before it started construction. So if we could avoid the delay, we could kind of get into our design process quicker and start getting things in front of you guys. And so that's kind of our initial ask. And before I lose the floor, I guess I would like to ask or propose that even if we do get the 365-day delay, is if there was any way to waive the 90-day delay and beginning to come bring things to you for review and consideration.
Have no callers. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions of the applicants? All right.
I do just,
Okay.
I just have one. I'm curious because you sound like you're interested. I'm betting you've read the survey and research report on this property. The Historic Landmarks Commission did one in 2008 to establish its significance. Just wondered, because it's a lengthy report on this property you're preparing to get rid of, and an important one I think you'd love to learn about the history of the building and the significant role it played, and et cetera. They do a very comprehensive analysis of why this building meant something back in the day. Just for your own interest.
No, I appreciate it. I personally, we've kind of been on this very shortly, but I have not read that document. Is that a state historic landmark?
No, it's local, and so you just Google Historic Landmarks Commission, and then it's pretty easy to navigate to find the survey report on the property by its address.
Correct. I'd like to read that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to forward a link to you if I get your email from Christie, so it's a lot easier.
Okay. Believe me, we're delighted.
I'll send it to Christie and she'll forward it to you. That's good.
Okay. No, we're excited to try to work this angle. We've done similar things in Charleston in some very sensitive areas and with great success. And it's a little different, I know. We feel like we're going to be able to save some part of it, or at least I'll say the most significant part. I'll go on a limb and say that, incorporate that. So.
Yeah, because that little quadrant there with the CVS building across the street and a saved restored building, it has a nice vibe to it.
Yeah, and we're not at this time trying to present the project, but based on that plan you saw a second ago, there is the opportunity to do some nice architecture on the ground level on either side of this building. Some of it is, conceptually being programmed as other retail, commercial space, and on the other side.
All right, before we get into that, why don't we vote on the demolition of the building, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks, Steve. Thanks, thanks, Joe Walker.
I move that this application is complete.
All right, do you,
Oh, I need to read more, sorry.
yeah, right, sure. So let's talk about the special significance.
Well,
Sorry. So one more time, please.
I move to
Commissioner Walker.
determine that this application is complete with required documentation.
All right, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Walker. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion passes 8-0. All right,
Okay.
part 2.
I move that one building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Fourth Ward Historic District because of its age and its associative history.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by,
Are you gonna vote on all three buildings separately?
Oh, no, so I need,
So you need to say that all of the buildings and
Okay.
one is, you could throw in year of construction for the other two.
because
Oh,
they're all over 50 years.
Yeah, year of construction, architectural style, and associative history.
Okay, I'll redo that.
okay, thank you.
I move
Thanks,
that
Christie.
all three buildings have special significance and value toward the character of the Fourth Ward District due to age, associative history, and architecture.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion passes 8-0. And the final one? Yes, please. Sure.
The applicant has requested a special exception to the 90-day for waiting to present before us.
Oh, they can't hear you.
Oh, you're not on green? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to discuss briefly the request of the applicant for a 90-day, an exception to the 90-day rule.
Yeah. So just, and this is to start conversation. The first line in waiving the 365 days, I move to approve the demolition since the building does not have special significance or value. Then you can do it sooner. But we just voted on the building having special significance. So Commissioner Hindman,
As I have always learned from the city attorney's office, the purpose of the 90 days is to determine if it's possible to save any part of the property. And so unless I'm incorrect, the applicant has made it very clear that they intend to save part of the property. And so I think there's some modification of language here where we do have the 365 stay of demolition and we waive the 90-day
okay.
because of the intent to save the Graham Street
So,
storefront.
so since you are referencing the city attorney, why don't we get that on record with our attorney here, Jill Sanchez Myers? We need you on the mic. You have to press it so it's green.
So I don't have any information to dispute what Ms. Hyman is offering as far as from the city attorney's office. If that's been the previous advice, I'm not aware of that advice, but. Okay.
Speak into the microphone.
Can you hear me? So I'm not aware of that specific advice from the city attorney's office, and I don't have any specific experience with that, but I don't have any, I've not been made aware of any information to dispute or contradict if that has been the previous advice from our office. I don't have any information to the contrary.
So there's nothing that states that motions regarding demolition have to prescriptive, follow exactly as written here. Since
Christy, did we do this with the state attorney's office then? We went through a very rigorous procedural exercise about this.
We did. So this was put together with myself and Andrea, our former attorney, and you can see at the bottom of the motion worksheet, it's just a tool to help you, and it's citing the state standards. This was, if you vote that it does not have special significance, you cannot put a 365-day stay. The 90-day waiting period is a City of Charlotte rule to give the opportunity to work with PNC, historic landmarks, and other players in order to save the buildings. As you so rightly said, I do agree that there's a path forward. There's a third path forward that you can put the 365-day stay, yet waive the 90-day waiting period. That is a City of Charlotte rule to allow them to come back sooner if you so choose, because they've clearly, communicated their intent to save one of the buildings, but none of the others, especially since we've had a workshop. It's really up to the commission what you wish to do with that. What you can't do is, since you have said it has special significance, you can't just say, okay, you can immediately demolish.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Christy. Yes, Commissioner Heineman.
I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the buildings to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission. In addition, I move that the 90-day waiting period to submit new construction plans is waived per the city's, per 9.2, based on the applicant's stated intention to save the Graham Street storefront and contingent on that being true in their application.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. All right.
I do want to discuss this a little bit, 'cause I'm a little confused. Can we pull up the site map? Yeah, perfect. So are we saying that the North Graham Street one with the facade that they're going to save, that we are, since they're saving just the front part of that building and not the entire structure, that we're going to waive?
In 90 days to submit their project.
So they can't demolish anything. We're just waiving 90 days to submit the project.
Correct. The 365 stands. What we're waiving is the 90-day delay to submit the project, because the reason for the 90-day delay is for efforts to save in full or part the buildings.
Okay. And we're voting on that for both buildings or just that one?
I think we're doing all of them.
All three? Okay. even though they're not trying to save parts and pieces of the other ones.
That's correct. I'm making the motion for all three. Contingent upon the stated intent to preserve the Graham Street building.
All three. But they're only trying to preserve one fraction of one of the buildings.
Yeah, my motion to waive the 90 days is because of their intent to
On a
save
little
one.
bit. Waive it for all of them, all three buildings, because they want to save just a little sliver.
You could vote against me.
I will.
Right.
Thanks.
Felt kind of, it's my birthday. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second to that motion. And we're gonna have quite an interesting vote. All right, so let's start with Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
No.
Commissioner Hindman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. No. All right, so 6-2, motion passes.
We're gonna take, oh, well, okay, we have two applications left. Would we like to hear them tonight, or would we, like, do we need a brief break? Okay,
All right, why don't we take a little vote to be fair?
okay.
Let's see what the, well, I can't see, I can see, oh, yes,
You
I
can
can
see.
see our commissioners here. By a show of hands, who can stay for? Have to fill. Okay.
Can't hear.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte. That would help. So we are, if you can stay for two more applications, the last two, excuse me, as Christy said, two little itty bitty ones. Not that we're leading you. Please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think we'll have quorum. All right.
So a quick
Little
5-minute
break. Break. Itty bitty
Okay.
break.
We'll be right back. Okay, I'd like to note for the record that Commissioner Heineman has left the meeting. And we're going to get started with the next application, which is 825 East Worthington Avenue. Applicant is Jessica Heineman, Studio H. So, Jessica, have you been sworn in? Okay.
All right,
Um,
Jessica.
Chris, you might want to be sworn in too.
All right, if you all will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right.
Okay, the next application is at 825 East Worthington Avenue. And I failed to mention in my staff memo that the only part of the project under review for the commission are these two additions to the side, these bay additions. Everything in the rear in the backyard is staff approvable and has been staff approved. So you were simply looking at these two side additions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant to further explain the project. I also have some information from the applicant in the agenda supplement. Jessica, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Jessica Heineman, 720 East Tremont Avenue, 28203. So as Chrissy mentioned, we have been working with these homeowners for quite some time on making some modifications to their kitchen and bedrooms and bathrooms to for the flow of the house to be a little bit better for them and their family. And the house, as you can see from the photos, it has a real simplicity about it and a real purity of the geometry. And as our office always does, we explore a dozen different directions. And on this project, unlike many others, every single move was too much for this house. And so we ended up with a very, very, very simple dormer on the back and a very simple extension over an existing utility space to expand the kitchen and some of the bedrooms and bathrooms. But what we're trying to do here, and the reason we're here today, is because we are also pursuing historic tax credits for this project. And because of that, we are trying to preserve the central stair and hall that is already existing in the house. Currently, the upstairs of the house has been DIY'd at some point, and none of the conditions in the upper level are original, none of them at all. But we still need to preserve the stair in the central hall for the historic tax credit purposes. And so the windows that you see on the upper level on the side gables are not original to the house. We don't know what was originally there. But because we need to preserve the internal stair and central hall, we are seeking approval for these bays in order to get very modest bedrooms that you can maneuver around furniture in, because so much of the upstairs is being taken up with the central stair and hall that SHPO requires that we keep, if that makes sense. So what we're proposing is a very modest Craftsman box bay that tucks underneath the existing overhangs of the house. And if you look at the front and side elevations, you can see how they tuck in there. They are, if you looked up in between the houses on this street, they would be, kind of barely visible. The houses on this street are pretty tightly packed. That's everything.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for Jessica? I guess I'll start, Jessica. Thank you for this reference material. Do you have any reference material for within the neighborhood?
Most of the houses within the neighborhood have more complexity of form about them. And so there are some of these dining room bays similar to, I think, something I'm showing on one of these lower images, this one here.
Mm-hmm.
We have one of these on the corner of Springdale and Worthington, which is less than 2 blocks away, facing the Greek church. But the condition within the gable, I was able to better find historic precedent than I was neighborhood precedent.
Sure. And yours is going to be on the second floor, not the first.
Upper level bays, yeah.
What kind of impact will it have on the front elevation from the street view?
Christy, can you go to the front elevations? They're tucked pretty well underneath the overhangs, and the overhangs are characteristically deep.
Other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Barth.
The two windows you're proposing on each side to remove, do you have any more information on those? Like if they're original to the house?
They're definitely not original to the house. That is the most I know. The current homeowner purchased this property in 02, 03, 04, and they were already there, but the space upstairs is like an 80s redo.
And I imagine you're proposing a shed roof for the box bay to preserve the wood brackets
That's correct.
versus a gable.
Yeah, this is the minimal intervention on the side of the house to get the clearance in those bedrooms, but could be completely removable without damaging any of the historic integrity of the house.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions?
And Jess, you said that there's no examples in the neighborhood that would set, I don't want to say set a precedent, but any examples in the neighborhood where you have this bump out on the second story?
Not that I've seen, more so because most of the examples in the neighborhood have more complexity of form than this house does.
Christy, have we approved anything like this? I think on the old guidelines, we may have once, and I just remember the applicants talking about they needed the bump out. Their daughter was going to be really disappointed if they didn't get it because it was her Rapunzel thing. I just can't remember what neighborhood.
It was Angie Lauer. It was
Yeah.
Dilworth and it was Angie Lauer.
It was not Dilworth. It was Pecan Avenue in Pleasant Midwood, and it was Angie Lauer. You approved a similar concept in Wilmore on new construction at 253 West Kingston or 235 West Kingston. It's a Shelley Hughes project. It's one in from the corner. They've demolished a little brick one-story. It fits in beautifully, the house. I could try and pull it up on Street View if you'd like me to.
That would be wonderful.
Okay. The addresses.
Oh, she's good.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Because you're good at your job. Just while Chrissy looks that up, I'm sure you've been in talks with Brett Sturm. What has he said about this project?
We haven't gotten too far in those conversations. Most of his questions are about the central stair and central hall. So I know floor plans are out of the purview here, but the central stair and central hall, the footprint on the first floor is original, even though the second floor is kind of DIY'd. So in order to get around furniture in those bedrooms, we just don't have quite enough width, given the first floor footprint of the central stair and central hall.
To make sure that.
Okay. Okay. Go. Okay. So it's this house right here, and you can just barely see it right there. I'm gonna try and maneuver. There we go. It's a kind of a similar bump out. It's slightly shallower, but it's same concept.
Now that you say this, 420 East Worthington has a stair bump out like this. It has a hip roof on it.
There's a house not in the district. It's a Craftsman on Central Avenue. It's like a women's boutique. It's been many things. Across from the credit union, that they also have a stair bump out. It's like in between the light at where Intermezzo is and
Was it the frock shop at one point?
yes, the frock shop.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
That was, historic has moved the location, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's like
You're
1901.
talking about the one next to Lunchbox Records, right?
Yes, the one next to Lunchbox Records has a stair bump out as well. I mean, it's a bigger two-story Craftsman, but it's still of the vintage.
Okay, any other questions before we close? Okay, let's close for deliberation. Let's see. Commissioner Henningsen.
We've got an example where we've approved it on new construction, and we've got an example of where we've approved it on a historic home. Regardless of the district.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I am torn. I mean, we've done it in the past. We're also a non-precedent setting board. Jessica did provide pictures of where it is, a historically accurate picture, or it is a historically accurate detail even on the second story. Just there's no examples in her immediate context because, the houses are maybe, I don't say a little more complex, but they've got different details.
It's also being done and avoiding having to go up, it's going back instead of up, which is always preferable.
It's reversible,
It is reversible.
not a heavy impact on the front elevation.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean, Jill, you hit the nail on the head right there, right? It's reversible. You're not going up. I mean, if I were to make a motion, I'd make a motion to approve.
All right.
Um,
If you were to make a motion to approve, would someone
somebody like
second
me
that?
say, I would like to,
Do you want to say for 7.2?
yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve this application based on design standards 7.2, numbers 1 through 8, and our Secretary of Interior standards on page 2.5.
Motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. Good luck on your tax credits.
Hey, our last application of the evening is at 2001 Thomas Avenue. I'd like to note for the record that Commissioner Barth has left the meeting and Commissioner Hinman has still left has left the meeting as well and is not rejoining us. So,
Okay.
the next application is 2001 Thomas Avenue. The applicant owner is the presenter today, and that is Chris Barth, and he has been sworn in. So Chris, over to you. I'm on slide 4.
Chris Barth, 2001 Thomas Avenue. As Chrissy mentioned, I am the owner and applicant with my wife, Kelsey Barth. First slide here, just to give you some context. Of course, we have a lot of pictures, so I apologize. You can go to the next slide. I don't think this is very relevant. Well, it is, but some existing conditions. I would like to point out that when we purchased the house in 2016, the windows had already been replaced. I would like to say they're currently failing. Our intent is to replace the windows on the existing historic home with new windows sometime in the future. They would be wood, Pella Architect Reserve Series. You may also note on this picture, we have some images of or this slide rather, we have some images of the column details with regard to the porch and capital conditions. I believe they were replaced at some point. They're vastly undersized. I'd like to propose replacing those with new round wood columns in similar style, such that the neck of the column matches the beam detail in width. Next slide. Oh, could you go back one more again? Sorry. We would also like to propose replacing the siding of the house. That might not come into play, but we'd like to, currently it's asbestos. We'd like to replace it with wood lap siding if we can. Next slide, please. This is the existing conditions. One-story historic house built in 1932. Garage, which was built some time ago, very recently. Next slide. So another thing about this project is the city is coming in with the sidewalk improvement plan, which you can see here. This is my own drawing just based on the proposals they've sent us. Because of this sidewalk improvement, we would be replacing some trees, which the city will be taking down, not us. So you can see those noted here, as well as the addition, which you see to the rear of the house, with some brick walkways to be included with that. I can't see what our square or our impervious area is, but we are under 40%. Zotwell survey. So the middle one I've kind of modified what Zotwell has provided us with based on the existing conditions. The one all the way to the bottom would be the proposed addition. Obviously, we're on a corner lot, which is why one of the reasons why we're seeing this project. It is visible from Kennan Avenue. We will be no taller than the existing ridge line. And another piece of background, the reason we're not going up is because the ridge height in the attic is at about 7'10", if I remember correctly. So we can't really go up either. Next. This is floor plan of the addition, master suite. Basically, we're adding on to it. Another reason we like to do this is we bought this house in 2016. We'd like to expand our family. We really love the neighborhood. We walk everywhere to get our groceries and such. We really don't plan on leaving. So we'd like to make this house really last for us, and we'd like to stay here for a long, long time. As you can tell, there's a lower floor part of the addition. To us, it just made sense by going out the back to take advantage of the elevation change. So we thought it would be advantageous to make use of that captured space below. Not much to see there, just roof. This is the side elevation as seen from Kennan before and after. Again, the bottom would be the proposed with the rear addition. We'd like to incorporate a fireplace into the addition, as well as a side entry off of the Kennan Street side. You can see the fence, which hides a vast majority of the lower part of the addition, ghosted in there. This is as seen from, let's see, on the left, we got the front. Again, with replacing the windows and actually have this arrow, these two should be flipped. This is the historic front, and this is the proposed. We'd like to replace these windows. Again, they're vinyl. These are two sliders we'd like to go with 2 double hungs flanking a picture window. And for the rear, you can see there was a icebox porch on the existing house, which was enclosed previously, non-conforming. We'd like to incorporate that in some manner with the addition, which is actually better seen from the side. Yeah, so there's part of the icebox porch is seen from the side, which we propose opening up with windows. And this is the interior side elevation, just another view of the fenestration rhythm continuing with the addition and below. Just some renderings of how the addition would be viewed from the street. If you look on the bottom right image, you can see that icebox porch enclosed. We would like to do the foundation of the addition as a stucco material. Currently, the foundation on the historic home is brick painted. In order not to have a differing connection between the brick material, we just thought it'd be good to change to stucco. Some details, more details. This stuff's not as important. In borrowing some ideas from the neighborhood, especially for the lower level part, looked at different areas in Plaza Midwood. As you guys know, it's a very eclectic neighborhood, very different housing styles, architectural styles, and forms. As you can see, this top one is about a block from our house, all stucco with some arched elements as well. The 2 below it are brick arched pieces. Again, it was very hard to find precedent for the lower level portion of ours, just because most of these conditions are in backyards and sort of things. So we pulled from different areas which we could see from the street. That's it. I'd like to open it up for any questions.
All right, thanks, Chris. Do we have anyone on the line?
No callers?
All right, no callers. Okay, commissioners, questions of Mr. Barth?
But he answered my question already. The arrow that was flipped on the slide that's showing here, slide 14, so.
Okay.
Good.
I blame the draftsman.
Chris, the existing pecan tree that's being removed by the city of Charlotte, is it in bad health or?
It is. I made the assumption that since the city was taking it down for their improvement project, I would not be held liable. It is leaning over the street by a significant amount. We love the pecan tree because it produces like an incredible harvest every year, but unfortunately, it just has to come out as per the city's project. Yeah. We are replacing part of our project. We are replacing it with at least 2 American sycamore trees.
Okay.
Is that detailed on your plan?
It's on the site plan, yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions before we close? Commissioner Lineberger?
Chris, did you say that you are not replacing the vinyl windows at this point as part of this project? You're going to do it?
I would like to. It really just depends on cost. They're currently grilled between glass vinyl windows and they're leaking. So eventually they're going to have to. I just don't know how soon I could get to them. But I would like to replace them with wood Architect Reserve by Pella.
Since he has replacement windows can be staff approved.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just have a simple question. Chris, that one window back, the proposed addition, that's just a solid, unoperable window, right?
Are you speaking of the Main floor part or this part? This top one? Yeah, that's a fixed, like a picture window, inoperable. The two on either side are double hung. The majority of the windows on the addition are roughly the same size as the existing house.
Thanks for the 3D
Well,
model. It's helpful.
it does look spooky. We do a lot of mountain work, or I do a lot of mountain work, so things are darker up there. I'm not a very good artist, sorry.
All right. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Bonaparte, why don't you kick us off on this one?
Yeah, I thought he answered all of our questions. Even in the staff notes during the presentation, the column material sounds like it's going to be wood. And when it's time to float a motion, we'll just make sure he provides that detail to staff as well as the window specifications.
All right, yeah. Any other thoughts? I mean, this is what we ask for when it comes to additions. And I have no problem with the stucco being the material they use for the addition, the foundation. It's approved in our materials, so. All right, PJ, what you got to say?
It meets our guidelines for additions.
It sounds like a motion.
I can throw one out there. That's fine.
All right. Commissioner Bonaparte.
I move to approve this application as it's not incongruous with the district and meets our guidelines for new construction and additions, Chapter 6. And that any window specifications that meet HDC standards be provided to staff, as well as column materials, and that minor revisions be reviewed by staff.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion passes 7-0. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
And
you.
thanks for staying late.
Yeah,
Good job.
it's beautiful work.
Yeah, thank you all for staying
Yeah.
very much.
Are we gonna do minutes?
If you like to, it
Would,
could be really quick.
yeah, who read the minutes?
I did.
Commissioner Bonaparte. MVP. Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte, would you like to make a motion on the minutes?
Yes, and you caught me because, on page 9, there's just one modification on page 9. There was a second motion and the first spot read Commissioner Murin. I think it should have been Commissioner Hinman.
Okay.
So just that modification. Otherwise.
Okay. All right. So you'll approve it with that
Yes.
revision. Okay, awesome. All right.
I move to approve the February 9th meeting minutes with the modification revision mentioned.
Will you step away from the table? Okay, motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by Commissioner Walker. All right, let's vote. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve the minutes passes 7-0. And it looks like we have reached the end of the agenda for a third month in a row. Is there any further business to discuss? Should we talk briefly about our retreat?
Just encourage everyone to come.
Please come to our retreat. Will you give the date again? It's a Friday.
Have breakfast. We'll have coffee and breakfast.
We'll have coffee and breakfast. And it is, retreats from 9 until 12, okay? All right, so this meeting is adjourned at 7:38 p.m. Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you. Night.
Good night.
Thank you.